Welcome, everybody, to this NHL Draft watch party here on Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports Twitch channel. And, of course, if you miss anything live, you can check it all out on the UFFS YouTube channel. My name is Dean Millard, owner and GM proudly of this franchise right here, Duckman's Domination, and I'm joined, of course, by UFHL insider and Mr. Everything at UFF Sports, Larry Fisher. And, Larry, I know this feels deja vu for me. The only thing missing is some free food delivery and ghee flaming, because this is what I used to do a lot for a long time, covering the draft and doing these live shows. It's been a while, and you know, no offense to ghee, but I'm really excited to be hosting this show with you.
Yeah, Dean, I can't wait. There's some suspense this year. You know, we don't necessarily know who's going first overall in a matter of minutes here, with the Montreal Canadiens hosting the draft and having first overall pick. It just really adds, and the suspense of not knowing, it really adds to the entire show. And I can't wait to see what Montreal does with pick one, which is going to set us up for the rest of the draft tonight. So there's going to be surprises. We've already seen some breaking news today, and we got our mock drafts ready to go. We're going to follow along with our UFFS final rankings, have our sort of UFFS big board best player available according to the rankings, our top player left in the rankings. So we'll have lots that we're following along with throughout the draft, but exciting day already. And as we like to say in the UFHL and UFFS, exciting times ahead tonight.
Indeed. Listen, covering the draft as a media member is not the most exciting thing, because you're sitting there. Being at the draft with a bunch of buddies and be able to have some pops and different things and the suspense is great, because, you know, if you're there and you're, you know, if you're, I think the Vegas Golden Knights, they don't have very many picks, and you're watching your team not draft, it's not very exciting. This draft has some intrigue. Let's get to some of that intrigue that's already taken place. The most recent is a guy over your shoulder, not going anywhere. We thought Marc-Andre Fleury was going somewhere. This doesn't involve the draft, but certainly has a trickle-down effect for some of the other goalies in free agency and the UFHL.
Yeah, Dean, we got first overall pick, Marc-Andre Fleury. I believe that was 2003 the Penguins took him first overall, but going a ways back, but he's still going strong. Obviously, Hall of Fame goaltender. Bill Guerin made the big deal to acquire him from the Chicago Blackhawks at the trade deadline, pair him with Cam Talbot in Minnesota, and he's staying in Minnesota. He has a relationship with Bill Guerin. He feels comfortable there. He just re-signed 2 years, actually, $7 million contract, so $3.5 million AAV for Marc-Andre Fleury of Rock Republic in the UFHL. And obviously Rock Republic's got a bit of a goaltending threes a crowd in the crease there, because Spencer Knight's still waiver exempt, but he's likely going to see more of the net in Florida next season, although Bobrovsky's still there. And so when you look at what Rock Republic's got, they got Fleury as their number one. They got Jordan Binnington, who was sort of bumped by Ville Husso, but now Husso's a pending unrestricted free agent, might be leaving St. Louis. The net probably belongs to Binnington next year again. And they also have Joel Hofer on the protected list, as well as Spencer Knight. So a lot of exciting goaltending with the Rock Republic franchise, but obviously with the Minnesota Wild re-signing Fleury at that $3.5 million mark. I'm sure Kyle Roberts and the reigning Klein Cup champion Rock Republic are happy to see a future Hall of Fame goaltender at $3.5 million. It's a nice cap hit to build around in the crease for Rock Republic within the Ultimate Fantasy Hockey League. But of course, we're watching the NHL Draft tonight, and we'll be talking lots about NHL, but also relating it back to the Ultimate Fantasy Hockey League on the Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports platform.
All right, so that was not the only move that has taken place today. Another move, kind of shocking for me in this one, in that Alex DeBrincat goes to Ottawa. Not that it's shocking that the Ottawa Senators are going after good young players, but the price they pay for them, to me, is minimal. To a first and a second round pick, basically. I think that's what it was. 7th overall and 7th overall in the second round, but I got to think Alex DeBrincat should, like, he was traded for much more in the UFHL because I traded him.
Yeah, no doubt. 40 goals, right, Dean? What price do you put on 40 goals? And he's going to that young Ottawa core with, you know, Brady Tkachuk and Tim Stützle and Josh Norris and Drake Batherson. And now you got Alex DeBrincat in there. And we're hearing, I mean, Elliot Friedman's on now. He's going to break some news, but we're hearing Jacob Chychrun possibly going there to pair with Thomas Chabot. But yeah, you give up the 7th overall pick and the 39th overall pick in this year's draft. I think that's a sign that Ottawa and Pierre Dorion, and the draft's not far from home for them either, Ottawa to Montreal. So they're trying to make a splash this week as well. And ahead of free agency, I know there's talk of Claude Giroux possibly coming home to Ottawa. So once you acquire a guy like DeBrincat, now you're more attractive to free agents as well. But we were just talking last night, Dean, me and you, about winning while your young guys are on those entry-level contracts. A guy like Tim Stützle, he's $1 million for 2 more seasons. Now's the time to bring in a ringer like DeBrincat and really try to make some noise while you got your young studs on cheap entry-level contracts. So because only a couple more years and Tim Stützle is going to need $9 million or $8 million. So Ottawa maybe sees this as a window to start becoming competitive. We know Detroit's going to do the same in that division. Montreal's obviously rebuilding, but that Atlantic division is going to get stronger. I mean, obviously you got the 2 Florida teams, Florida and Tampa, as well as Boston and Toronto are kind of the fixtures in the playoffs. So Ottawa's got to knock one of those guys off. Buffalo, we know Buffalo's trying to get better. They might make some noise here yet tonight and this week. So between Buffalo, Ottawa, and Detroit in that division, they're all trying to get better. And who falls back to the pack? I mean, Boston, Toronto, Florida, Tampa Bay, all of a sudden that division's looking a lot better when you put Alex DeBrincat into Ottawa. And on the flip side for Chicago, Dean, they make the big move last summer to acquire Seth Jones out of Columbus, essentially giving up 3 first-round picks that turned into some real quality players. And they signed him to a $9.5 million long-term contract. They still had Taves and Kane. They acquired Marc-Andre Fleury last summer. They were going to try and contend again. Now Chicago's blowing it up. We might hear Kirby Dach's name tonight. Bob McKenzie's out of retirement from the Lake House. He tells us Dylan Strome's not going to be qualified. So Dylan Strome will be an unrestricted free agent. Alex DeBrincat is traded. Now they have the 7th overall pick in a matter of a half hour here tonight. So very interesting times in Chicago. And what does this mean for Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves? They've seen Fleury leave. They've seen Duncan Keith leave last year. Brent Seabrook's obviously not playing anymore. That core's all moved on. Are they still happy there, or do they want to sit through a full rebuild if Kirby Dach and some of these other guys are moved yet? So you look at Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves, no Dach, now no Strome, now no DeBrincat. So interesting times in Chicago. They're blowing it up, whereas Ottawa is trying to take that step forward. And Alex DeBrincat for the 7th overall pick. Again, DeBrincat being a 2nd-round pick in his draft year back in, I want to say it was 2015, somewhere in there. But anyway, 2nd-round pick for DeBrincat at the time. He's exceeded his draft stock. He probably would be in the top 10 in a redraft for his year, and now traded for the 7th overall pick. And certainly Ottawa bringing 40 goals into the lineup. You got to be happy if you're Pierre Dorion or a Senators fan wanting to see them take that next step forward.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you're the Stingrays, you're really loving DeBrincat going there rather than the rebuild, tire sale, whatever it is going on in Chicago. So if you're that, you're very happy. Okay, they're walking up to the podium already. Let's get to what we're here to do. And we're talking about the National Hockey League draft, Gary Bettman. And by the way, you and I are not or do we have a trade? Is that what they have 2 jerseys up there? I don't know what's going on because we don't have the volume on.
Islanders jersey, or if they're just doing an intro to the draft, they might be honoring somebody. Maybe could be something that they're trying to honor. But yeah, it's interesting that the Islanders jersey's up on the stage prior to the start here. So we'll see what Gary's got for us.
Yeah, so we don't have the volume on because of we're live on Twitch. But let's talk about what's going to happen momentarily. We see some Shane Wright video up here, courtesy of HSD Prospects on YouTube. Will they be calling Shane Wright first overall? I know a lot of people, this has gotten a ton of hype, and I don't even know if there's anything to it or if this is just media spin. Will Shane Wright's name be called first overall, Larry?
Well, Dean, it's very interesting. A couple hours ago, the odds were heavily in favor of Shane Wright being first overall. Just in this last half hour, Slavkovsky's the betting odds have got Wright's still in the lead, but it's very close with Slafkovsky. Either somebody put a big bet on Slafkovsky or some word got out. I don't know, but all of a sudden they're neck and neck, kind of like the media hype just hit the bookies right now, and Slafkovsky's a lot closer to Wright. But those are kind of the two names, Dean. You look at the UFFS final rankings, you look at my personal final rankings, and we're doing a mock draft contest, Dean, with a couple giveaways from Dauber prospects. 9 out of the 10 contestants in the mock draft or entries in the mock draft contest have Shane Wright going first overall. Only one doesn't. So although I know Bob McKenzie's rankings had Slafkovsky slightly ahead among NHL scouts, which obviously helps for the media hype going into this, who's going to be number one. When it comes down to mock draft time for our contest, which was just this week, these are fresh opinions. 9 out of 10 are going with Shane Wright. He's the number one prospect on the board for our final UFFS rankings, as well as my personal rankings. I would be somewhat surprised if the Montreal Canadiens and Kent Hughes don't call Shane Wright's name first overall. The draft's in Montreal. Everybody he's a Canadian kid. Everybody knows about Shane Wright, exceptional player status into the OHL. He's been a household name for years in Canada. He's had some good performances at the U18s for Hockey Canada. Everybody knows who Shane Wright is in Montreal. Apparently lots of Canadians jerseys in the crowd today in Montreal with Shane Wright's name already on the back. So I think it would be a big surprise if it's not Shane Wright, but everybody loves chaos. If it's not Shane Wright, Dean, crumple up 9 out of those 10 mock drafts and throw them in the garbage and hang on to your hat, because it's going to be a lot of chaos in tonight's first round.
So obviously they're doing the moment of silence for Brian Marchment. Terrible situation, passing away this week in Montreal, and a tribute to Guy Lafleur, of course, being in Montreal, of him passing away. We should say hello to everybody joining us in the chat here on Twitch, Ultimate Fantasy Sports. You know what? I figured it out. I turned on the closed captioning. So as long as the closed captioning person is fast enough, we will know what is happening in the draft. Well, we'll know as soon as Martin Lafleur's son is up at the podium right now. We'll know as soon as they pan the camera which guy is being selected first overall. But hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks so much for joining us as we're taking a look at some Shane Wright highlights from 21-22 of Kingston, recently traded in the UFHL. This is going to be kind of bittersweet for us here at Duckman's Domination and high-level scouting to see if Shane Wright indeed does go first overall. He was the very first player high-level went after on Craig Button's recommendation, and we just made a big blockbuster deal. So normally I would be watching this draft with much different interest, and now I'm watching it as an outsider. It's very weird, unless I could trade back into the draft at some point. But we should also explain what we're going to do tonight. We're going to be follow along with this draft. When they go to commercial break, we're going to have some predict the draft contests. What do we have to give away for those contests, Larry?
We got the Dauber Hockey, Dean, Fantasy Prospects Report, which includes a mock draft for 3 rounds. So tonight's first round, as well as the first 2 rounds tomorrow. But draft rankings, all the different organizational prospect depth charts, anything as a fantasy hockey junkie. This offseason is big for the Ultimate Fantasy Hockey League, for anybody that plays fantasy hockey. You all have your rookie drafts coming up. We got our UFHL entry auction on Sunday. Preparations are underway there. And throughout the offseason, you're trading for prospects, you're targeting prospects. All the information you want to know about any prospect essentially can be found in this go-to guide, the Dauber Hockey the Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects Report. So we will be doing some predict the pick contest theme throughout the show. Not for first overall necessarily, but as we go through the show, we'll throw out some predict the pick contests and weigh in the chat. Tell us who you think they're going to take. If you get it right, we'll hook you up with a Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects Report. So very exciting there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So we know why the Islanders jersey was up there, because of the Mike Bossy passing, unfortunately, this year as well. So 2 legendary scoring wingers passing away. I thought what Larry Robinson said at Guy Lafleur's funeral was, funny and quite touching, saying that, heaven gained a couple of great wingers, scoring wingers, and he hoped that they weren't looking for a big, tough defenseman anytime soon. So tributes pouring in, obviously, for Guy Lafleur and Mike Bossy and Brian Marchment at this draft, and just kind of delaying the suspense a little bit more. If it's not Shane Wright, do you think it's a slam dunk that it's Slafkovsky? And is there any chance the Canadians trade the pick?
No chance they trade the pick, unless it's just a swap with New Jersey, maybe. But being that it's in Montreal, I think that the excitement's there, almost the pressure's there to make this pick at first overall. I'd be surprised if Montreal isn't on the clock. And if it's not Shane Wright, I do think, even though Montreal and Ken Hughes and his son Jack came through the program, they got a lot of connections there. They really know Logan Cooley very well. I think it's a two-horse race. I think if it's not Shane Wright, it has to be Juraj Slafkovsky, Olympic MVP, standout at the Men's World Championship, a guy whose stock has soared in the second half thanks to that play at international men's hockey. But again, at the end of the day, the overall body of work, I would be surprised if it's not Shane Wright's name that we hear first overall from the Montreal Canadiens. But it definitely makes the fact we're even debating it, that hasn't happened in a number of years. You know, we knew Owen Power last year. We knew Alexis Lafreniere. There was a little bit of Quentin Byfield talk or whatever the case, but we've known kind of going into draft day who they're going to select. The Canadians have kept their cards very close to the chest. Ken Hughes has done a good job. Marty St. Louis has done a good job of not revealing who they're going to select. And so there is suspense going into this pick, but I don't know if it's 90-10 Shane Wright, like our mock draft contest predicts, but certainly I would say it's still at least 60-40 likelihood of Shane Wright. But it was interesting that Juraj Slafkovsky, Dean, had a meeting with the Montreal Canadiens today on draft day. You know, there might be something to that, why they would be meeting with him on draft day, but it's interesting, and I can't wait to see what the Montreal Canadiens do here with the first overall pick.
Well, Martin St. Louis is at the podium. He got a standing ovation. That was just such an incredible hire for what it did in Montreal, and it seemed to rejuvenate them. I don't know what he's if he's going to make the pick, because I read yesterday that they said the GM was going to make the pick. So I'm not sure if St. Louis is just stalling so they can work out another deal, or what the case is. But, you know, it's interesting when you say about the Hughes and they know the Logan Cooley family. It reminds me a little bit about Columbus and Jesse Puljujarvi. And I'm getting a brain cramp.
Pierre-Luc Dubois.
No, the GM in
Jarmo Kekalainen.
Yeah, Jarmo.
And he knew him so well.
Right,
yeah.
he passed on him because maybe he did know him so well. You know, I think people are. I still think you take Pierre-Luc Dubois in that situation, but it's, you know, everybody thought, oh, it's a slam dunk that they're taking this guy, Pierre Puljujarvi, if he's available, and they didn't. You know, so maybe, you know, when you know somebody so well, you start finding things you don't like as well, as because you're not really digging, but you just know them and they're there. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm like you. I think that it's a two-horse race. I think it's still going to be Shane Wright. I think that, you know, like if you're trading back to number 2, you better be getting something really awesome that's going to make up for the complete like air coming out of the sails in that sort of stadium in Montreal tonight. If you know, it's just like, oh, we have a trade, we've traded back and we picked up a second round pick. People are going to be like, really? You know, second round picks are cool and everything, but like their fans want them to make that first overall pick at home and then pin their hopes to this guy like he is the next Guy Lafleur.
And also, Dean, the fact they have 14 draft picks today and tomorrow, the Montreal Canadiens do. If anything, I think, and the fact they're going into more of a rebuild, new general manager, I think they're going to try and package a number of those picks and move up in the draft. I think they're trying to get another top 10 pick. I think they're at 26 today. They're going to have 2 picks at least. I wouldn't be surprised if Montreal comes out of this first round with 3 or 4 guys, perhaps a French Canadian somewhere along the way, a guy like Nathan Gaucher or Tristan Lunet, somebody like that, I think, would really go over well with the home crowd. Montreal also has to, I don't want to say redeem themselves at the draft, but last year they made a very controversial first-round pick, trading up and taking Logan Mailloux, who had some off-ice issues, and that pick was, Marc Bergevin was still the GM, but it was a very negative situation to the fact that, to the point where the owner, Jeff Molson, had to come out and kind of denounce the pick and apologize at risk of losing sponsors and advertising. So I think it's a bit of a redemption type, a fresh new start under Kent Hughes, but also the Canadiens being at home and having 14 picks, including first overall and 26th tonight. I think they want to make a splash, and they really want to come out of this first round tonight with really a new feel in the organization and just a lot of positive optimism, momentum coming out of tonight. I don't think we'll see any controversial picks other than, like I said, maybe we'll see Juraj Slafkovsky first overall, and look away from Twitter if that happens, because you're going to have Canadian fans who are Hockey Canada fans who've known about Shane Wright for 5 years as an exceptional player status, an upcoming phenom, and they may just be getting to know Juraj Slafkovsky if they're a casual hockey fan. His rise to consideration or contention for first overall really only happened in the last 6 months here. So I definitely think if they don't take Wright first overall, or they trade down, or whatever the case, it'll feel like a lot of air came out of the room in Montreal and a lot of surprise. But for us, that makes for great TV, great time here on Twitch at the NHL Draft watch party. And then, we'd be speculating the rest of the way what's going to happen, because the Trench Network, Dean, which is Alex LeBlanc, Marcus Borkowski, Gabe Foley, those guys, they submitted their mock draft, which looks a lot like Corey Pronman, which actually has Slafkovsky going first and Shane Wright falling all the way to fourth overall to the Seattle Kraken. So it wouldn't get much more chaotic than that.
Clickbait. That's just clickbait. Sorry, that's just clickbait. Honestly, if you think Shane Wright's going to 4, that's clickbait.
I can't see Shane Doan passing on Shane Wright at 3. If New Jersey does want a defenseman, or New Jersey thinks they're too deep down the middle with Jack Hughes and Nico Hischier and Dawson Mercer, and as soon as somebody else goes first overall, then it's hard to pass on Shane Wright at first overall. Once he doesn't go first overall, then if one team passed on him, maybe it's not that hard to pass on him again if you're New Jersey with their center depth, and perhaps they go defense or they trade their pick. But I just cannot envision anywhere that Arizona would not take Shane Wright at third overall. That's the floor for me, Dean. I don't see him going any lower than third overall. I think Shane Doan would be pumped to get up there, and Doug Armstrong, not Doug Armstrong, but Bill Armstrong get up there and announce Shane Wright at third overall. But I really think we're going to hear it. We're going to hear his name sooner than later, and it could be right away here with Kent Hughes and the Montreal Canadiens, Jeff Molson, having the first overall selection, and they are now on the clock.
Slats432 says, such a happy fan base for a bottom feeder. I mean, this is the franchise that has the most Stanley Cups, and they recently did go to a Stanley Cup final, so it is quite a fall from that, but that they have had some success. Godfathers Hockey Club, they need to redeem themselves. You can say it, Larry. If Slafkovsky is gone, I see New Jersey trading down, but no way Wright slides. I totally agree with the Godfathers in that regard. But yeah, listen, stranger things have happened. I can't see Shane Wright getting past 2 personally, and I think he's not going to get past 1. I think he's going to be the first overall pick. But you're right. Shane Doan knows a thing or two about passing on a prospect, because fans were chanting his name in Edmonton when the Oilers passed on him. So I don't think Shane Doan would, like you, let Shane Wright get past him. Again, I don't think Shane Wright is going to get past number 1. I think this is what the Montreal Canadiens are going to do. Having some fun here on our UFF Sports Twitch channel. If you missed anything live, we'll upload this onto our YouTube channel, UFSN, a little bit later on. We've got some great giveaways from Dauber Hockey. Larry Fisher is our UFHL insider. I'm Dean Millard, proud owner of Duckman's Domination. And Larry, they are stepping to the podium now. The suspense is growing. Is Wright on the back of that jersey, Larry?
Here we go, Dean. Kent Hughes stepping up to and acknowledge the fans in attendance and everything else, but it's a matter of seconds until we hear the first overall pick. There won't be a trade. The Montreal Canadiens are selecting first overall, and very soon here we'll see who's celebrating in the stands amongst the prospects with their families. Such a special day for the kids, and really looking forward to seeing what Kent Hughes and the Montreal Canadiens do with the first overall pick at home in Montreal.
As they welcome in all of the fans, this moment, I just can't imagine what it is like for the three kids that, you know, two for me, but also what it's like for the Montreal Canadiens as an organization. You know, you're taking a massive step, even though that people are, you know, not comparing this year's first overall draft to like 2015 or anything like that. It's still a massive step to get the first overall pick. Not all first overall picks are equal. We know that, but still, pretty big deal.
And there you have it, Dean. The shocker is in. Juraj Slafkovsky is the first overall pick in the 2022 NHL Draft. There was a reason they were meeting with him on draft day. He wasn't going to spill the beans, neither were the Canadiens, but obviously we got a shock, and congratulations to the Trench Network and to a guy like Corey Pronman, one of the very few that put their neck out there and said Juraj Slafkovsky will be the first overall pick ahead of Shane Wright in Montreal. Mixed emotions amongst the fan base, amongst the crowd, but you can see how happy Juraj Slafkovsky and his family is, and obviously talk about a signature moment. You're a first-time NHL general manager, Kent Hughes, Original Six franchise, most Stanley Cups won, everything you said, go up and down the list. And Juraj Slafkovsky is your first overall pick to start the 2022 NHL Draft. And there you have it, Dean. We got a shocker, a surprise right off the bat. And now, like I said, now chaos could come because there are rumors that New Jersey would not take Shane Wright second overall in this scenario. Again, I think that might be foolish to pass on Shane Wright and let him slide to 3 or 4. But we got Juraj Slafkovsky first overall, Dean. Look how he's towering over Gary Bettman. I mean, he's a big man. He's going to play in the NHL next year. He might be, a winger right there with Caulfield and Suzuki and now Slafkovsky. Again, but, center depth is so important in the NHL. To pass on Shane Wright, all things being equal, you're going to take the center, 99 out of 100 times. So the Montreal Canadiens obviously feel that Juraj Slafkovsky is, significantly better prospect than Shane Wright at this point. So we'll see how this pick ages, Dean. But for pipeline prospects and Arnie Entz, who grabbed Juraj Slafkovsky in the 2020 UFHL futures auction, a very proud moment for pipeline prospects and Arnie, and certainly for the Montreal Canadiens and Juraj Slafkovsky as he meets the brass from the Montreal Canadiens.
Wow. I obviously acknowledge the fact that it could happen. I didn't think it would happen. I think that this guy was really, really good at the Olympics. I don't buy into the fact that Shane Wright wasn't exciting enough to not be first overall. I really hope that this isn't too much recency bias and people aren't thinking that Shane Wright isn't sexy enough. I think this is a good pick. I think that this could be a really good player. But I go back to something Craig Button said on Tracking the Draft when they almost drafted Scott Gomez, and they said, you know what? We got enough centers. And then they passed on Scott Gomez, and Scott Gomez turned out to a really good player. This is I'm not saying this is as bad, but this moment, Larry, is going to be as important for the Montreal, and looked back and compared to for the Montreal Canadiens as the Oilers 1-for-1 trade, Hall and Larson, because that, and the Boston Bruins at the, passing on guys like Matt Barzal with those 3 picks. I mean, this is going to be looked at for a long, long time. This isn't Taylor Tyler where it was neck and neck the whole time. This was like Slafkovsky pulling ahead by a nose at the end. Wow. Let's get some comments in our chat here.
Yeah, I mean, wow, indeed, and a lot of shock around the hockey world. I'm watching some of the Twitter reaction. I'm seeing our chat here. Slavkovsky, it is, and the Godfathers, and Bob McKenzie's streak is intact. And again, I think that's where Bob talking to the prospects, just a couple, or the scouts, sorry, from NHL teams, just a couple weeks ago, is where it was that was a shock when Bob McKenzie came out, because I think in March at the top prospects game, when Bob's last rankings came out, he still had, I think 8 out of 10 had still said going into the CHL top prospect game, it was Shane Wright. So for that many to flip, that it ended up being a 5-4 finish for Slavkovsky in Bob McKenzie's final rankings, and then to see it come to fruition tonight, as the Godfather said, Bob McKenzie, always his final rankings are always kind of the Bible going into the draft, because he tends to hit on it. And it was controversial when he had Slavkovsky at 1, but obviously there was and I said the betting odds, a half hour before this draft, and I wonder if something leaked out of Montreal, or somebody from Montreal put down a big bet. I don't know what happened there, but the odds changed so significantly, Dean, the betting odds, that we're talking, well into the 6 figures and probably into the 7 figures was put down on Slavkovsky going first overall in the last half hour before the draft. So somebody made some money there, although Wright was still the favorite at draft time. But just a crazy surprise to start us off. And now we're looking at the New Jersey Devils at 2nd overall. I really think they had their mind made up, Dean, that they were taking Juraj Slavkovsky. Alexander Holtz, Jack Hughes, Juraj Slavkovsky. That would have been a dynamite line in the NHL. New Jersey having Hughes, Heischer, and Dawson Mercer down the middle. They, more than Montreal, had the positional fit for Slavkovsky on the wing. It made a ton of sense. But now what do the Devils do? I mean, mine and your mocks are already out the window. We both had Shane Wright going first overall. Does Shane Wright go 2nd overall? Or do we see a defenseman here? Lots of talk of Simon Nemec, lots of talk of even David Jiricek. And obviously, it could go anywhere here now. I mean, the train is off the rails with the 1st overall pick, and it's just a wait and see what happens the rest of this first round, the rest of this top 3 now, top 5, because the consensus number 1 overall pick all year, wire to wire for UFFS, Shane Wright, is not the 1st overall pick in the 2022 NHL draft, and Juraj Slavkovsky pulled on the Montreal Canadiens jersey. So, wow, it's great theater. It makes for a lot of speculation what the New Jersey Devils are about to do here at 2nd overall.
Yeah, I'm in a little bit of state of shock here. I'm really surprised that the Montreal Canadiens passed. You know what? Listen, if the Devils pass, that tells me people are outthinking themselves. Like, we have not heard anything in regards to Shane Wright, any kind of issues, anything like that. Everything I have talked to with people at this is the guy you want. Like, the Devils should be running to the podium right now. Like, they should literally be running to the podium right now to make this pick.
And it does say pick is in for New Jersey. So they're interviewing Kent Hughes now. Elliot Friedman is on the Sportsnet feed, and they'll delay this a little bit, but it doesn't look like we're getting a trade here. It looks like New Jersey's going to make the pick at 2 because there was a lot of speculation. If Slavkovsky wasn't there, New Jersey would entertain moving down a couple spots or trading out altogether for an impact player. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what New Jersey does here. And like I said, Dean, my only thing with Shane Wright not going 1 overall, it's a lot harder to pass on a guy at 1st overall than it is at 2nd overall. And I just seen Shane Wright in the crowd. Honestly, it looked like there was tears in his eyes. His eyes are red. He thought he was the 1st overall pick. He expected to be 1st overall. What really happened here, Dean, is Shane Wright is a junior hockey player. He's only played against junior players. He's been dominant amongst his age group, but he didn't really elevate in the OHL playoffs this year or the CHL top prospects game or the World Juniors. Slavkovsky throughout the year gained and gained and gained, and he had success against men at the Olympics without the NHLers, and then at the Men's World Championships against NHLers. And I really think that's what pulled Slavkovsky ahead. He's got the bigger body. When they stand side by side, he towered over Wright. But so yeah, passing on Shane Wright at 1st overall, huge shock. Passing on Shane Wright at 2nd overall, Dean, I honestly think is almost an easier or less stressful decision than passing on him at 1st overall. I don't think we're going to see a Shane Wright slide here. I expect the Devils to step up and take Shane Wright, but I'm just saying, don't be surprised if we hear a name other than Shane Wright at 2, because a lot of people said leading up to the draft that the Devils wouldn't take Wright at 2 if Slafkovsky wasn't there. So we'll see if that was a bluff on the Devils' part or if they're going to go in another direction as well, and the Shane Wright fall will continue.
Yeah, that would be, in my opinion, to be a monumental disaster to pass. A guy drops to you like this, you should be running and not worrying about organizational strength. Take the guy who's going to be able to put your team on his back as a leader, as a captain. So I don't know. Now, I've obviously have a little bit of, I've watched Shane Wright a lot more than any of the others because our affiliation with High Level Scouting, who owns him, his rights in the UFHL and until he goes into the NHL draft or the UFHL auction. So I don't know.
And
wow.
There you have it, Dean. The
oh my
pick
goodness.
It's not Shane Wright. The New Jersey Devils are not taking Shane Wright.
Oh my goodness.
So there you have it. And I said, passing on him on second overall is a lot easier than passing at first overall, but this is a big time surprise to see Simon Nemec, and talk about a historic day for Slovakian hockey, Dean. We're talking first and second overall picks from Slovakia. There's never been a Slovakian taken first overall in the history of the NHL draft. Now we have back-to-back. And there you see the Montreal Canadian graphic with Simon Nemec. He's a New Jersey Devil, not a Montreal Canadian. But talk about a shocker, Dean. Back-to-back Slovaks. 1 and 2. We got Juraj Slafkovsky and Simon Nemec. And both these guys had success against men at the Olympics, at the World Championships. But the shock in the building that Shane Wright's still sitting there going into third overall with the Arizona Coyotes. And like you said, now I think Shane Doan is he's putting the hammer down. We're not having a Steve Kelly here. Shane Doan coming to the podium, and the Arizona Coyotes are potentially going to steal Shane Wright at third overall is my expectation. Shane Wright, Dylan Guenther, this is a big moment for the Arizona Coyotes, and I can't see them passing on Shane Wright. But Shane Wright, does he want to go play in Arizona in that small rink? I don't know. But at this point, Shane Wright wants to hear his name called now that we're into the third overall range.
Oh my goodness. This is definitely turning into, the shocker that we were certainly expecting or thinking, but that you never usually get. I mean, most of the time, it's like, oh yeah, this is going to happen, blah, 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 and it doesn't happen.
And Dean, we can do a shout out to the Trench Network. I mean, when you're looking at our mock draft contest, Alex LeBlanc and the boys are celebrating. They're at 2-0 right now. Nobody else has one pick right. Nobody had Slafkovsky. 9 other mocks didn't have Slafkovsky at 1 or Nemec at 2. The Trench Network is 2 for 2 off the start. They had
that's incredible.
First to Montreal and Nemec second to New Jersey, which actually, Dean, is even better than Corey Pronman. He had David Jirasek, the other defenseman from Czechia, going second to New Jersey. But so, yeah, Trench Network probably has the best mock in the world right now at 2 for 2. So congratulations to Alex LeBlanc and the boys from In the Trenches management.
This has shades of Luc Grenier picking all the Montreal Canadiens and then winning because the Montreal Canadiens went to the draft or to the final.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think you could see the shock in the building that Shane Wright is still sitting there going to third overall. Arizona hasn't locked in their pick yet. They're on the clock. But like you said, Dean, at this point, how can you not run to the podium as Shane Doan and the Coyotes brass? Shane Doan was the GM of the World Team Canada at the Men's World Championships, Dean. One thing I thought was interesting is Kingston lost out during that World Championship tournament. And I really thought Shane Doan would put the call out to Shane Wright and say, hey, do you want to come over here and play for us? Because they had Owen Power at the Men's Worlds last year, and that's where he really solidified himself as the first overall pick in 2021. I was a bit surprised they didn't, maybe they did extend the invite and Shane Wright was hurt and didn't want to go or whatever the case, but he never went straight over. It was still in the preliminary round at that point, round robin play. So he could have flown overseas and played against men in the same tournament as Slafkovsky. And Shane Doan wasn't willing to adjust Canada's roster to make room for Shane Wright there. But at this point in the draft, third overall, the pick is in for Arizona. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some Shane Wright highlights here very soon, Dean. Although, again, if we're going off the Trench Network and Corey Pronman's mocks now, because they seem to be the most accurate, they both have Logan Cooley going 3rd overall to Arizona with Shane Wright falling. But this is where their mock's going off the rails, in my opinion. I'd be shocked if Shane Wright's not the 3rd overall pick to Arizona in a matter of seconds here.
Yeah, I would be with you on that one. Or the only other thing I can see is that there are teams reaching out to Arizona right now saying, we didn't know that this guy was going to be available here. What do you want for that pick, right? And Arizona needs a lot, so they might be able to get a lot for this pick. If there's a team out there that looks and says, holy mackerel, we can get Shane right now. We didn't know that this guy was going to fall. So maybe that, the pick is in now. So I was going to say maybe that's why they were delaying a little bit, because, I would have to think there would be teams reaching out to Arizona at this point. So interesting.
Yeah.
Tony says, do you guys even watch hockey? The odd time I watch a couple of games. And then the Godfather saying, surprising to see New Jersey not trade down. I thought maybe Arizona might have traded down a little bit or traded the pick or something to get some players, but cause they need cap, right? They're a franchise that needs to get to the floor.
Exactly. And so, Dean, Tony takes a shot at us. Do we even watch hockey? Well, here's how much I watch hockey. I had Simon Nemec, the guy who just went 2nd overall to New Jersey. I had him falling. I had him one of the fallers in the draft, going to 12 to Columbus as kind of one of my chaos cards I was playing, that maybe he would slide. Well, not only does he not slide, he goes ahead of Shane Wright. And they just showed a graphic, Dean, the top Slovakian-born players in the history of the NHL draft heading into tonight. Marian Gaborik, 3rd overall to the Minnesota Wild. Marian Gaborik at 3rd overall was the highest Slovakian drafted player in history. Well, now Juraj Slafkovský and Simon Nemec are topping that list, going 1-2 in this draft. And that's the story of the storyline of the 2022 NHL draft. Slovaks back-to-back at 1 and 2. And now the Arizona Coyotes are on the stage and ready to announce their selection at 3rd overall.
All right. Well, like you said, I can't see, but I didn't see Shane Wright falling to 1. Now, if Shane Wright doesn't get picked here, then I have to take back my clickbait comment.
Exactly.
Like, I might already have to take back my clickbait comment because they predicted the first 2 picks. So yeah. I think there should be some sort of investigation into seeing what kind of insider trading is going on within the trenches. And what is going on here now? Are they basically trying to find out, can we squeeze like 100 more fans into your arena this year? How about can we get just 500 more fans into your arena?
Yeah, standing room only to watch Shane Wright in Arizona. And I can't imagine it's going to be anything other than Shane Wright here at pick 3, Dean. But you're right. The whole clickbait idea, and you read the comments that Corey Pronman, a prominent online, public scout for The Athletic, you read hundreds of comments from Canadians fans in his every time he tweeted about Slafkovský going first. Grant McKegg, another guy who used to scout for the Canadians, who has the Recruits scouting agency now, he's been saying Slafkovský. He said back in April, Dean, he pinned a tweet in April saying that Shane Wright would not go top 2. So Grant McKegg and Corey Pronman and In the Trenches management, some people were onto this. And I mean, again, you're making a bold prediction. You're stepping way out from the consensus, but their comments were filled up with hundreds of comments, mostly from Montreal Canadiens fans, but the hockey world in general, saying there's no way it's going to be Slafkovský. And so a little bit of, those guys are now celebrating a bit because, like I said, they had some inside knowledge, or they just, put their neck out there. And for a change, that was the right way to go with Slafkovský going 1st overall.
Godfather's Hockey Club wondering, are these groomsmen for a wedding or the Arizona Brain Trust? They do look like they're heading out on the club after. And
oh boy, Dean. Wow. Logan Cooley is the 3rd overall pick. In the Trenches Network, Dean, 3 for 3. Shane Wright sitting there clapping. And I mean, Seattle Kraken, Ron Francis, talk about a redo on the expansion draft.
Oh my God.
Now you have Shane Wright potentially falling to 4th overall, but Logan Cooley is the 3rd overall pick in the 2022 NHL Drafting in the Trenches Network. 3 for 3. I think we can bow out and award them a Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects report right now.
Why do they need one?
Yeah, they might not need one.
Need one, man. They're running this draft.
Wow. And again, Dean, first-time general manager, or maybe Bill Armstrong run the draft last year for the Dylan Guenther draft.
He couldn't join them until after.
Right. So first-time draft, new general manager, first-time NHL GM, and you pass on Shane Wright at 3rd overall to go Logan Cooley. And again, like I said, once the first overall pick team passes on the projected top prospect, it gets easier to let him slide. But I think you're right. At this point, you're really overthinking it. And, Shane Doan's been through this scenario. He's only one voice in a room. He's not the GM. Bill Armstrong is, and they trust their scouts. But not to take anything away from this young man, Logan Cooley, Dean. His offensive upside might be the highest point-producing ceiling in this draft class. He's an offensive catalyst. He's a Trevor Zegras type guy. Some flash, some flair. He'll sell some tickets in the desert. But Shane Wright was such a household name that it's just absolutely stunning that we have the Seattle Kraken coming up at 4th overall. We're probably going to get a commercial break. We're probably going to get a commercial break here, Dean. Our first commercial break of the NHL draft, I'm guessing, after this pick. And Shane Wright's going to have to sit through a commercial break before hearing his name called. It's absolutely stunning.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe that these guys have nailed the first 3 picks. And if, now they want Shane Wright to get drafted so they can go 4 for 4. Tony, hashtag clickbait. How could they predict this? I don't get it. This is like the wildest draft that I have seen in a long time, Larry. Like, In the Trenches should be hosting this show. Like, you and I should just go have a couple of beers and they can take over the show.
Well, Dean, I'll straight up say I'm out to lunch. Congratulations to yourself and 9 others, 9 contestants or 9 entries in the UFFS NHL mock draft contest. 9 people had Logan Cooley 3rd to Arizona. So pat yourself on the back, Dean. You and 9 others are at least off the schneid. You got your first one right. You're 1 for 3 in the mock draft contest. But here I am, 0 for 4. I tried to go with the chaos card at 3. I had to obviously Wright 1, Slafkovsky 2. And then I was overthinking the Logan Cooley decision for Arizona. I thought they'd go with the local Arizona product.
We got a trade.
From Scottsdale. Here we go.
2 trades. Montreal Canadiens trade. I don't know. I got the sound down. So Romanoff and pick 98 to the Islanders for pick number 13. Wow.
Okay.
So they jump back into the first round. And then there's one more trade too.
We got Kirby Dach getting traded here from the Chicago Blackhawks, but where's he going?
And I think he's going to Montreal.
Oh wow, Montreal! Montreal's making moves. They're going to prevent the Shane Wright hoopla here if they just acquired.
Yeah, they just did. They did.
Wow.
As the closed captioning person typed it, I won't pronounce how they typed, mistyped it, but wow, a couple of big trades. Hashtag the trench knows. King Willie Gaming says he goes 4th. It's not a big slide. You don't think Shane Wright going 4th is not a big slide after leading wire to wire all year? I don't know what could be bigger, unless he goes 5th. Gabe we trust. And Tony says, could Wright have an injury? Not an injury that's going to affect him long term. Like there's no, this isn't a Miroshnichenko situation where he had a cancer diagnosis. This is just, honestly, and this is my opinion. I think this is teams outthinking themselves. I really do. Like, I honestly think teams are looking at it saying, why are they passing? Now we have to pass. And that's not conviction, Larry. That's following. You and I talked about this the other day. If you want to be a scout, you have to have conviction. And guys like Corey Pronman in the trenches, they went out and put their name out there with those picks. Craig Button put his out for his opinion. Every other prospect people did the same, but you have to have conviction. So when you're putting your rankings out, you have to have your conviction. And when you're a GM sitting there, don't pass on the player if you like him just because somebody else did. All you're being is reactionary. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but I just get a feeling that teams are like, oh, what's wrong? Well, what do you mean what's wrong? Haven't you done your own research?
And I don't think the leader. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Shane Wright. I don't think he interviewed bad at the combine. I don't think his fitness testing was bad. I just think that he didn't have a dominant draft year that everybody expected. 50 goals in the OHL, leading Kingston to the Memorial Cup, being a leading scorer on Canada's, the World Juniors. I think the fact it was only a couple days and he didn't get a chance to really shine on that stage hurt a bit. But to see the number one prospect in the UFFS consensus final rankings, as well as the general hockey world's consensus final rankings, still there as we go to 4th overall. But very interesting trade there, Dean, for the Montreal Canadiens to trade Romanov and a 3rd round pick to get the 13th overall pick, and then flip that 13th overall pick and another one of their, again, they have 14 picks today, flip those to Chicago to get Kirby Dach. They didn't draft the center at 1st overall. Well, they traded for a center that went 3rd overall a couple of years ago. And talk about size. Slafkovsky and Dach coming into Montreal. Marty St. Louis, a little guy. Cole Caulfield's a little guy. Nick Suzuki's not over 6 feet. They're a smaller team.
Gallagher's not big.
Gallagher's not big as far as you look at their top 6 forwards. But all of a sudden now you got, and I don't know if they're going to keep Josh Anderson this week. There's lots of trade rumors around Josh Anderson. But now you're looking at Slafkovsky and Dach as a potential tandem to go with obviously the smaller guys in Suzuki and Caulfield. But what a day for the Montreal Canadiens to acquire Kirby Dach, guy who went 3rd overall a few years ago, to kind of offset the loss of or the passing over of Shane Wright. But now Ron Francis is on the stage. I can't imagine too much thought goes into this one for Seattle. But Dean, we've been saying that for 3 picks. So what do we know? Do we even watch hockey, as Tony says? Let's see what Ron Francis and the Seattle Kraken are going to do here, as Shane Wright is, they keep putting the camera on him and he's just stunned. He looks dumbfounded as to where he's going. And there he goes. Shane Wright finally.
He ran to the podium to make that pick. He's like, are you kidding me? I want to make this pick from my table. This is the foundation of the Seattle Kraken. And this might have saved Ron Francis's job, man. Ron Francis did a terrible job of the expansion draft, and now the golden goose has fell into his lap. And the Seattle Kraken are building around a foundation of Wright, of Beniers. This is 2 extremely talented players that, I think the Kraken will probably win a Stanley Cup with Shane Wright next year now. In all seriousness, this couldn't have worked out any, if you're a Canadiens fan, you're loving it. I don't know about the other teams, if they're loving it. If you're a Seattle fans are second happiest behind Montreal right now at this draft, in my opinion.
I think they're the happiest, Dean. I think that the fact that Shane Wright is going to Seattle, I think Shane Wright's pretty happy too. He probably didn't want to play in that small rink in Arizona. Now he gets to play in Seattle, brand new rink, brand new franchise. Like I said, Matty Beniers has played 10 games with the Seattle Kraken, while Shane Wright, all of a sudden, no offense to Matty Beniers, who went 2nd overall last year, Shane Wright with the hype and the history, he's all of a sudden the franchise player for the Seattle Kraken. You're looking at him. And again, no offense to Matty Beniers, they're a 1-2 punch at center. They're 2 different type of players. But in my opinion, suddenly out of nowhere, Shane Wright's the franchise player for the Seattle Kraken. And Brennan Kopp, who acquired the rights to Shane Wright from high-level scouting, is breathing a sigh of relief that not only is Shane Wright off the board, but I think a lot of people who are thinking about picking Shane Wright from a fantasy perspective, you like the fact that he's going to the Seattle Kraken, where he really is going to have a chance to be one of the faces of the franchise. All these other teams already have some star power. The Kraken are really building from scratch. Beniers and now Shane Wright. And you can see the exchange he's having with Ron Francis. He's feeling relief, and Ron Francis is got a bit of a strut going. He looks like the nature boy, Ric Flair, walking off the stage, doing a little woo for snatching Shane Wright at 4th overall.
Well, and kind of look at Ron Francis a little bit and look at Shane Wright. There's some similarities there too. Ron Francis was a really, really awesome all-around player. Right? Like he was incredible as an all-around player, and like the one of the highest leading scorers. So maybe there's something in Ron Francis and saying, like, listen, you're in the perfect situation here to learn from a guy like Francis. People make the Patrice Bergeron comparisons. Ron Francis was one of the best all-around players and could put up a lot of points in the NHL. So not a terrible spot to go to. Shane Wright's disappointed about 1, obviously 2, 3. But when he's looking at New Jersey and Arizona or Seattle after Montreal, he might think this is the best fit for him.
That's a great point, Dean. And who better to learn from than a guy like Ron Francis? I mean, Shane Doan would have been great too, but to learn from a guy like Ron Francis, I think is going to be huge for the career of Shane Wright. And you know what? Going 4th overall, Dean, what does that mean? The pressure is off. You go into Seattle, you have a great offseason now. I mean, Shane Wright's got a chip on his shoulder, let's face it. But you go in there, potentially the #1 center, at worst case scenario, 1-2 punch with Matty Beniers. The reason the Seattle Kraken had such a bad expansion season relative to the Vegas Golden Knights, they didn't have center depth. And Yanni Gourde, one of their centers, was hurt the first half of the year. Now, all of a sudden, you got center depth. You got Matty Beniers, you got Shane Wright. And like I said, the pressure is off. The weight is off Shane Wright's shoulders. Now all he's got to do is go out and play hockey, have a great offseason, come in, have some fun, and try to win that Calder Trophy next year ahead of a guy like Juraj Slafkovsky or Simon Nemec or Logan Cooley. I mean, I don't think Nemec and Cooley Nemec might be in the NHL next year. I don't think Cooley will. Well, he'd like to be, but we'll see what Arizona does with him. But certainly I still expect Shane Wright to be in the NHL next year with the way things set up for him in Seattle. And I really think his revenge tour going 4th overall, just the pressure, the weight of the world off his shoulders. There's a lot of pressure being the 1st overall pick. There isn't when you fall to 4th and now you're out to prove everybody wrong. And I think Shane Wright has a good chance of proving a lot of people wrong and making Ron Francis and the Seattle Kraken selling a lot of jerseys, selling a lot of tickets, and making them a lot of money, and hopefully making them more of a contender in the years to come in that Pacific Division.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean, we look at 5 picks so far, obviously a shakeup, and we see this all the time. Who's the next best player on your list, Larry? Like, we're looking at, it's got to be one of the D, right? Like
so
you have to think one of the defensemen are going to go here.
So the way it worked, Dean, we actually have the consensus top 5 players are now gone. The order was all over the map, or top 4 players, sorry. But let's shout out to the In the Trenches Scouting, 4 for 4, Dean. So maybe we should check their mock draft for who's going to go 5th overall. That might be the easiest way to do this at this point. But let's see here. Who do they got?
1D has been taken, 4 forwards. And we know there's not a goalie forwards anywhere close to this.
So they are going for Philadelphia. They are taking Cutter Gauthier, Dean, 5th overall. And I think this could be the pick. I really think Cutter Gauthier had a, much like Slafkovsky, huge rise in the second half, big center, a guy that Torts would love, going with guys like Couturier and Kevin Hayes. I wouldn't be surprised if Cutter Gauthier is the pick. He's one of the top guys available, and that would make it 5 for 5 to start this for the Trench Network mock draft. But you're right.
Hockey Club thinks Gauthier to Philly, or Jirasek as well. Chuck Fletcher at the podium, and they're trying to do like a fast retool, right, as opposed to a rebuild, and they've traded off a few pieces, obviously.
Yeah, and they really did want to make some noise today, I think, and they did select Cutter Gauthier from the National Team Development Program, 5 for 5 for Trench Scouting.
So, can I ask a question? Is Bill Daly, by chance, in Trench Scouting? Because Bill Daly is a guy who gives out a lot of information to a lot of people. I'm wondering if Bill Daly is just feeding them picks all along, because he does like to feed media members a lot of information. So I got to know if Bill Daly is in this to go 5 for 5 in one of the most ridiculous, weirdest drafts ever. This is bizarro world, and this in the trenches. It's pretty impressive, man. I got to tip my cap if I had one. It would be like I cannot believe how like they have nailed every single pick. And I don't know if you kept track of yours. Like, I don't know. I think the most I ever got was 13 in a draft. Like, it's hard, and they're 5 for 5.
Yeah, and that's with the predictable drafting. That's where you know who's going to go in the top 2, top 3. You're lucky to get 12 to 14. If you get 15, it's an amazing mock draft. There were a few hits here, Dean. Trench Network had Cutter Gauthier 5th. Jesse Gill and Michael Pagano also had Cutter Gauthier 5th. So with Torts getting hired in Philly and his love of size and kind of that truculence and just Philly in general, this guy is probably one of the biggest players in the draft. Oh, he's only 6'2", like 200 or so, Dean, but he plays big. He plays big physical hockey. He's fast. He's one of the better shooters in the draft, everybody says. So when you look at Cutter Gauthier and the potential to be a Broad Street bully and sort of fit into that Philly culture, he's kind of got that Kirby Dach type appeal. Dach maybe a bit more of a playmaker, but you like I said, you got Sean Couturier coming off surgeries. You got Kevin Hayes as a big center. A guy like James Van Riemsdyk, still a big-bodied guy, and now you got Cutter Gauthier. So size and power, Philly's going to be a big, heavy team to play against, and they go with the big center at 5th overall, and unbelievable that Trench Network is going 5 for 5 as we head into the first commercial break. And like I said, Dean, maybe we could do a predict the pick contest. Who are the Columbus Blue Jackets taking 6th overall coming out of this commercial break? Because if you're looking at Trench Network, and a lot of people had David Jiricek 6th, the next defenseman, the Czechia defenseman, 6th overall to Columbus. That was a popular pick. Even I had him, as well as you, Dean. We both have David Jiricek 6th overall in our mocks, so as well as Trench Network. So for a change, we align with Trench Network. Let's hope smart minds start thinking alike at 6th overall. He did, and he was one of those big risers in the second half, the U18 Worlds, the big showcase for the program where they have, they play together all year in anticipation of the U18s, and he was really good in that tournament. And again, just, the fact he played wing a lot of the year, Dean, and then he was moved into center, and they plan to play him at center with Boston College, a 6'2" center. All of a sudden your stock goes up, like Kirby Dach did, like Barrett Hayton's did, like Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Every year we have one of these big centers who, based purely on skill, might not be the 5th best player in this draft class, but filling that need of a big body down the middle. You look at, Ryan O'Reilly in St. Louis, guys like that are just big, strong workhorses. Even a guy like Sean Couturier in Philadelphia. I think Cutter Gauthier will learn a ton from Couturier, and Couturier is getting on that back half of the career now where I think Gauthier will kind of fill that role when Couturier perhaps moves on from Philly.
Okay, so I think we might be going to, maybe they're not. Maybe they're just like a limited commercial interruptions as the past. But I don't know. I'm just happy I got a Slurpee delivered. So how's that, eh? That's pretty good service from like high-level scouting, delivering Duckman's domination, a Slurpee during the draft after we traded maybe they're giving us this Slurpee because we traded Shane Wright and maybe going to help it out because they were a little bit worried. But let's do a prediction contest right now. You want to do a prediction contest right now?
Yeah, let's do predict a pick. Who do you guys got? If you're in the chat, who's going 6th overall? to Columbus. Let us hear it. The winner, if you get the right selection here for the pick is in for Columbus. So be quick here. Who's going 6th overall in the chat? And we'll see who Columbus takes. They're coming on the stage already. So be quick. And this will be interesting to see which direction they go with Predict the Pick contest.
Are In the Trenches allowed in our contest anymore? Because they seem like ringers.
Yeah,
this is from the guy saying that who has a former NHL GM working with them. They're ringers.
Yeah, and I think a formal apology on the clickbait comment, because like I said, they're 5 for 5. Yeah. This is where I would say the draft could go off the board, but the draft went off the board at 1 and 2, so there is no board this year. But This is where I really think you could see, a guy like Kevin Korchinski, who Duckman's Dean didn't have Kevin Korchinski. Dean, here's the backlash on our mock drafts. Myself took a ton of heat for Simon Nemec falling to number 12. He went 2nd overall. And the Duckman's mock draft, a lot of people caught that Kevin Korchinski wasn't in the first round for Duckman's. He's expected to potentially be a top 10 pick as a late riser. So both of us on the defense side took some heat. We'll see what Columbus does here. If they think David Jiricek is the second best defenseman, or if they potentially go with the guy from Finland, Jarmo Kekalainen's announcing the pick. Maybe he likes Joakim Kemmel or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I went against Craig's advice on and his rankings on Korchinski. Don't know why I did that, but I did that, and it obviously could come back to bite me.
But here we have, Dean, David Jiricek. So congratulations to a whole bunch of us in the mock draft contest, Dean.
And the Godfathers who predicted it in the chat.
There you have it. So the Godfathers, luckily there's 3 of them. I know Nelson and Rob already got the draft guide or the Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospect Report in the past. And now they got a third one going to, I guess Paul will get this one for correctly predicting David Jiricek with the Predict the Pick contest. So this was somewhat of a pick that a lot of people had pegged in their mock draft, including, I think, 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 in our mock draft contest. So a lot of people, including both of us, Dean, yourself and myself, had Jiricek to Columbus. So this was a popular pick, and we were on to something. But, of course, Trench Scouting, Dean, 6 for 6. Are they going 32 for 32, or what's happening here?
Can we get some testing done? For I don't know if you can take PEDs to improve your scouting, but I think we need to get them all to pee in a cup and find out if they have some sort of otherworldly power, some sort of superstar. I just watched Stranger Things. Do they have some sort of 11 power from Stranger Things that they know is going on? Like, I think we really need to get In the Trenches tested and find out if that is their real names, and maybe it's like 3 guys in the NHL office that know all the picks already. This is crazy good how good they are.
Yeah, performance enhancing drafting, Dean. That's what they're doing here. This is amazing mock drafting by the Trench Network to be 6 for 6 in this draft class. Now, in saying that, Dean, these were if there was a tier that the consensus had a tier, this is where it stopped. It was kind of 1 to 6. These were Cutter Gauthier wasn't necessarily in that group, but these were kind of the top 5 picks that most people had in the top 5 were Shane Wright, Juraj Slafkovsky, Logan Cooley, Simon Nemec, and David Jiricek. Across the board with the consolidated rankings, both with UFFS, those were our top 5. As well as, you look at some of the other consolidated rankings using, 30, 40 different online scouts, public scouts. Those were sort of the top 5. They're all off the board. And as I was saying going into this pick, Dean, we could start hearing names now that we might not have graphics for. The trailer might not have our graphics ready to go for some of these already going into the back half of the top 10, because the draft really does open up here. And as far as Predict the Pick goes, I mean, we can throw them out almost any time now. It's going to be a lot of fun, but congratulations again to the Godfathers there. If you're looking at the UFFS rankings, Dean, the top 5 are now gone. Who's left on the board? Number 6, Joakim Kemmel. Number 7, Matthew Savoy. Number 8, Jonathan Lekaramaki. And number 10, Pavel Mintyukov is the next defenseman. Back-to-back Russians, 10 and 11, 11 being Danila Yurov. who played in Russia. Minyukov played in the OHL. But three smaller forwards here, wingers, potentially in the NHL anyway. Joakim Kemmel, Matthew Savoy, and Jonathan Lekaramaki. Savoy and Lekaramaki are listed as centers, but some think they could be wingers. And then we talk about the wild cards, Dean. Ivan Miroshnichenko and Brad Lambert. You want to talk about big wild cards in the first round. Is this an area where they start to get some interest because it is so wide open and their stock was a top 5 prospect in this draft a year ago? Are they now a consideration? But those are the top names left on the UFFS draft board. 6, 7, 8, 10 with Kemmel, Savoy, Lekaramaki being the forwards and Pavel Minyukov as the defenseman. We mentioned Kevin Korchinski. He's at number 13. And Denton Matachuk, number 14 in the UFFS consensus final rankings. If you're looking D going forward, you're looking at probably those two and Pavel Minyukov, as well as Owen Pickering, another Western Hockey League defenseman at number 19 for the UFFS
Just
consensus final rankings. But yeah, big guy, reminds a lot of people of Colton Parayko. But it's going to be interesting. Do you want a smaller forward or a bigger defenseman? Because that's sort of where we're at in the draft. But there are some big forwards. Connor Geekie, Marco Kasper. Like I said, brace for anything now coming up on 7th overall with the Chicago Blackhawks, Dean. Here's a twist as well. This is the pick that they traded Alex DeBrincat for. They probably figured that those 6 players, maybe they didn't think Cutter Gauthier would be gone, but they probably thought those other 5 would be gone. So who did they think they could pick here that warranted trading away Alex DeBrincat? The pick is in for Chicago, so they're going to get the guy that they likely targeted at this spot. Shane Wright luckily didn't fall all the way down to Chicago, but it's interesting. They traded a 40-goal scorer in Alex DeBrincat for this pick. Normally, Dean, that trade happens when this pick's on the clock, when you know who's available. Right. So whoever they wanted here, they figured earlier in the day, our guy's going to be there. So now we wait and see what another new general manager, Kyle Davidson in Chicago, is going to sort of put his stamp on the roster. Already has. He traded Kirby Dach and Alex DeBrincat before he took to the stage for the 7th overall pick. So he also has the 13th overall pick. So Chicago's a big player here in these next 5 to 10 picks.
Tony asking, pointing out that they have the Sports Almanac from 2030 and wondering if In the Trenches owns a DeLorean, because that's what Biff did, right? That's how Biff got so rich, as he went and picked the Cubs to finally win the World Series. King Willie Gaming, the sound bites from you guys will be used for years. This has been awesome. Well, it's been so bizarre. Like I still know Guy Fleming uses my reaction to Jesse Puljujarvi being passed over for his intro, and this has been the wildest draft I can honestly remember. You know, like sometimes they all blend together, and but I do not remember where the script was flipped this much in such a way, and now we'll see what Chicago's going to do. And you know, you're trading away a big forward in Dach, a small forward in DeBrincat, and then they take Kevin Korchinski, a defenseman, out of the Western Hockey League.
Defenseman out of the Western Hockey League, plays with the Seattle Thunderbirds, reminds a lot of people of Shea Theodore, but guess who was that type of defenseman for the Chicago Blackhawks for a lot of years? Duncan Keith. I've heard Duncan Keith's name in his prime as a comparable for Kevin Korchinski. He plays that type of game. So, not super offensive, but just an all-around guy, like Shea Theodore is for the Vegas Golden Knights. But again, not a lot of people had Kevin Korchinski in the top 10. And maybe we give In the Trenches a pass here, Dean. They had Joakim Kemmel at 7, but that was Joakim Kemmel going to the Ottawa Senators. Of course, that pick was traded earlier today. They didn't update their pick. They still had Kemmel, who they had pegged for Ottawa. So maybe they would have been on to Korchinski to Chicago. But I can tell you, nobody got Kevin Korchinski. He was a very popular pick, Dean, for the Anaheim Ducks at 10th overall. Somebody did have him, Gur Doltak from Doltak Scouting Services had him as high as 9 to the Buffalo Sabres, but he was a popular pick going 10th overall to the Anaheim Ducks because they drafted Shea Theodore, and they probably seen a lot of similarities both from the Seattle Thunderbirds. But here you have it, Dean. Kevin Korchinski goes higher than a lot of people expected 7th overall pick in the 2022 NHL Draft to the Chicago Blackhawks as the third defenseman off the board, which was one of the big questions going into this draft. Who would be the third defenseman? It is Kevin Korchinski. He's gone to the Chicago Blackhawks at 7th overall. But again, we're talking about Alex DeBrincat, 40-goal scorer. The main piece you got back for Alex DeBrincat, no pressure, Kevin Korchinski. You better be Duncan Keith if they're trading 40-goal scorer Alex DeBrincat for, that's the key piece back. But they do have another pick, Dean, at 13 that they traded Kirby Dach for. So DeBrincat and Dach out. So far, you're bringing in Kevin Korchinski at the 7th overall pick. So interesting times in Chicago.
How's Seth Jones feeling right now?
Yeah, well, Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves. Patrick Kane, I mean, he lost both his line mates. Alex DeBrincat, Patrick Kane, and Dylan Strome were largely that line. Bob McKenzie reported today Dylan Strome won't be qualified. He's an unrestricted free agent on the 13th. He won't get a qualifying offer on the 11th of July in 4 days. So crazy times in Chicago. You lose DeBrincat, Dach, and Dylan Strome are all out of Chicago on the same day, and Kevin Korchinski's the first guy coming back in. But what's Patty Kane doing? He might be at a Buffalo Wings night tonight or something, watching this draft. And I don't know what Patty Kane's going to think about staying in Chicago much longer when you look at this rebuild and the fact that much firepower, DeBrincat, Strome, and Kirby Dach, who are supposed to be a big part of their rebuild and another contending roster in Chicago, are all gone as of today.
Well, and that's an easy contract to trade because there's only 1 year left on it, and then we'll see what Kane trades for. So I doubt that trade will take a long time to go. King Willie Game in the Trench did not know that one. Wowzers. Well, you guys should be fired. If you can't nail the first 6 picks or 7 picks in a draft, like what kind of analysts are you really? Like, come on. Slats 432, 65 points in 67 games is pretty offensive, Larry. It's okay. Like that's okay production, right? Like, but and we have to remember their draft here. But I think to be considered an offensive defenseman, at minimum, you need to be a point per game.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Korchinski did come on strong in the second half. He also had a strong playoff. He was a riser in this draft class. But I don't think you're looking at Kevin Korchinski as being an Adam Fox or a Cale Makar, like an offensive dynamo. I think you're looking at a Duncan Keith guy, all-around guy, Josh Morrissey, Shea Theodore, Morgan Riley, that type of defenseman. I don't think he's going to come out and I don't think he's taking Seth Jones' job as the power play quarterback in Chicago anytime soon. I don't think he's quite that offensive, but I just think that's a solid pick. That's going to be a Duncan Keith type all-around guy that's going to be a big part of that core going forward, but a core that no longer includes DeBrincat, Dach, or Dylan Strome, guys that were, DeBrincat wasn't a top 5 pick, but the other two, Dach and Strome, were top 5 picks for Chicago, in the last few years here. So big turnover in Chicago, and I stand corrected, Dean. I'm not going to tell you that Trench Network got that one right, luckily. But they actually had at 7, I said they had Joachim Kemmel. They actually had Matthew Savoy. And now they have Joachim Kemmel at 8 is what their prediction was to the Detroit Red Wings. And what Steve Yzerman and
this
the Red
seems like a fit. Kemmel to Detroit seems like a fit, I think, anyway. Godfathers say, no offense to Korchinski, but Chicago moving out young, established guys for more lottery tickets. Ouch. And Slats 432 says, I think Kemmel goes here. This just seems like it's a good fit for Detroit and this type of player. I don't know why, but it does.
And I think that, I kind of thought they'd go with a bit of a bigger player, and the pick is in here, and they have selected Marco Kasper, Dean.
Wow.
And some people had Marco Kasper to Detroit. This was a popular, not necessarily an our mock draft, but this was a popular pick. Nick Utley got it right in our mock draft. He had Kasper 8, as did Michael Pagano. So Nick Utley and Michael Pagano called Marco Kasper here. I actually had Kasper at 7, so I was 1 ahead on him. But I knew he was a guy that was really rising in the draft. Had, another guy who showed well against men at the World Championships. I don't know how much offense this player has. You know who else I said that about? Moritz Seider. I said, I don't know how much offense Mo Seider has. He looks pretty good. This is kind of a similar riser that the Red Wings like Another guy from a non-traditional hockey country, an Austrian player in Marco Kasper, who I think is a real two-way guy that's going to be a heart and soul guy, a physical guy, playing behind a guy like obviously Dylan Larkin as one of their top centers. He's going to be a top 3 center in Detroit. But I don't know if he has the offensive upside as of the guys like certainly Jonathan Lekkerimäki and Matthew Savoy. And like I said, even now you can start talking about Miroshnichenko and Brad Lambert for offensive ceiling. But this pick, honestly, after taking a German defenseman and Seider, an Austrian center in Kasper, this pick felt like a potential landing spot for the Detroit Red Wings. And I don't think a lot of people are surprised by Kasper here, but he was like Cutter Gauthier, like Juraj Slafkovsky, one of these second half risers because he had success against men at the World Hockey Championships. Because I didn't think Marco Kasper stood out all that much at the World Juniors. Again, only 2 games for Austria there, but I really thought at the men's World Championship, put it this way, Dean, he didn't back down from men. He played very aggressive, very physical, in-your-face style hockey. And again, it's just a matter of where does his ceiling go for offense? Can he be a 30-goal scorer, 60-point guy? Or are you looking at more of a real stud, solid third-line center? But that's where we're at already in the draft, Dean, is this draft class is considered a little bit weaker by a lot of people. And you might be looking at, third-line guys, second-pairing defensemen already at this stage of the draft. You might not be getting a first-line player or a top-pairing D at number 8 overall. But the Detroit Red Wings will be happy with Marco Kasper. He's a guy that seems to fit with what Steve Yzerman's building in Detroit.
I can't believe they haven't taken a break yet. Like, this is almost 25 minutes into this draft, and they haven't taken a break. Now, the guy, I don't need to ask you who probably the best available player is. I think we're probably looking at Joachim Kemmel. Is this, you getting any kind of eerie similarities to the year Angelo Esposito and the young Russian that passed away, unfortunately? Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
The name has escaped me, but they kept panning those guys the whole draft, and they dropped and they dropped and they dropped and they dropped and they dropped. What I'm getting a similar feeling to Kemmel here. There's always seems to be one guy that you're like, oh, he's dropping, he's not gone, he's not gone. That's Kemmel right now.
I think he goes in the next 3 picks, Dean. I would be surprised if he falls beyond that. It's interesting the size debate with Joachim Kemmel. He was 5'11" on all the rankings, even the NHL Central Scouting had him 5'11" all year. He went to the combine where you measure with your shoes off, obviously, and he was 5'8.5" or 5'9.5", and that inch and a half, as Craig Button would say, don't scout with a tape measure. That opened a lot of eyes, and a lot of people bumped Kemmel down. Can he be a DeBrincat or? I really compare him more to a guy like Victor Arvidsson, kind of a gritty scorer who's very undersized, but just has a motor that doesn't stop. I don't know if he's got that first shot scoring ability like a Patrick Laine, who's obviously a lot bigger guy. But that size thing, and actually I heard somebody say that they measured him when they got to Montreal, and he's 5'11". I don't know if they measured him with shoes on or what, but he's either 5'11" or he's 5'9.5". He's 5'9.5", Dean. You're going to see him slide a little bit just based on the size thing in the NHL, obviously. But he's a high-profile, high-scoring guy that, at one point was leading the Liga, the men's league in Finland, in goals before I believe he got COVID or got sidelined by an illness, mono maybe. Prior to the World Juniors, and took a while to get his draft stock back up, but he did play really well at the U18s, so I think he's still a top prospect, and Buffalo likes Finnish players, so I wouldn't be surprised. They like Finns and Swedes. I think you're going to see either Joachim Kemmel or Jonathan Lekkerimäki go here, although there's the other Swedes. There's Liam Ogren, there's Noah Ostlund. I think you could see a Swede or a Finn here to Buffalo because they've really built a core around guys like Rasmus Dahlin and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen as a Finn, Henri Jokiharju as a Finn. They got some Finnish guys in their organization, so it'll be interesting. I think Kemmel could go here, Dean, and he is the top available player according to the UFFS consensus final rankings.
I think the name you took right out of my mouth is Lekkerimäki here, goal scorer. Finn, Swede, fits in with the kind of the profile of what they've done. So That's my pick right now. If it's not Kemmel, I'm going with Lekkerimaki.
And Lekkerimaki, who I had to Buffalo in the mock draft. Just trying to see. You had Connor Geekie here, so it could be. I could see them going to the bigger guy as well. And who do we got here? It's not Lekkerimaki. Who did they select here? This is, again, it's an interesting time of the draft. Matthew Savoy, the other Winnipeg Ice player. Sorry, Matthew. Normally I recognize him with the flow going, but Matthew Savoy led all WHL rookies and was 7th in the scoring race with 90 points. So Buffalo going for a real high ceiling guy in Matthew Savoy. He was number 2 among the consensus final rankings, number 2 on the big board of who's still available. So definitely not a surprising pick, but I don't think anybody had Savoy. Jesse Gill had Matthew Savoy.
Oh, nice.
The only mock draft with Matthew Savoy to Buffalo. So congratulations to Jesse Gill. But all of us had him kind of in this range, and an interesting player going forward for the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, this is a guy who, obviously living where I live, I've known about him for a long time. A guy that has a lot of potential. And listen, the Winnipeg Ice were just a totally different team without him in the final against the Edmonton Oil Kings. Like it wasn't even a contest. I think I was talking to Craig. I know Matthew Savoy, he picked Barzal and Braden Point as his guys. If he turns out anywhere like Braden Point, that would be wonderful. Maybe not as skilled as Barzal, but we'll see. I'm certainly excited to see what the Buffalo Sabres are doing with some of these skill guys.
And they've drafted skill over anything last year and the year before. So it's interesting. Last year, they took a lot of Swedish and Russian forwards. They've drafted a lot of forwards recently. I guess when you got Owen Power and Rasmus Dahlin anchoring your defense, you probably don't need a whole lot more on the back end. You can really go for high skill. But obviously, they traded for Peyton Krebs. They have Dylan Cousins from the WHL. Now they have Matthew Savoy. So 3 real high-profile WHL-type guys with Krebs, Cousins, and Savoy as sort of their, middle 6, top 6 guys going forward in Buffalo. And Matthew Savoy, Dean, does have a high offensive ceiling when you look at who's left on the board for best player available, who has the highest fantasy potential, if you want to go that route for fantasy points. He might not hit all the categories, but like Barzal, like Alex Newhook, I think he's got that pop factor that he could be a point per game guy at some point in his career, or he could end up being more like a Jordan Eberle secondary scoring guy. It'll be interesting to see, or Sam Gagner type player. Interesting to see how his NHL career trends as a top 10 pick, 9th overall to the Buffalo Sabres. But I think Buffalo is pretty happy getting Savoy at 9th overall with the core group they're building there of WHL top 10 picks.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Pretty impressive for sure. So Matthew Savoy. Honestly, I thought Savoy was going to be a mid-first round guy, and obviously the Sabres didn't. Okay, we finally have a commercial break here, like a half an hour into this broadcast. I've got to take a quick break. You want to get some contests going as we look at the next pick? Maybe we should say they have to predict the next 2 picks, because maybe everybody's going to put Kemmel. He's got to be drafted anyway, but I'll leave you at that. I got to run and get a refreshment, and we'll continue this draft watch party here on Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports Twitch channel, and later uploaded to YouTube. So the floor is yours, Larry.
Thanks, Dean. And I think it is time to do another predict a pick contest for Dauber hockey. And I like the idea Dean had. Let's go the next 2 picks, because it's 2 California franchises, both with, again, rookie GMs. Pat Verbeek in Anaheim is going to make his first selection. And then Mike Greer, recently named general manager in San Jose, is going to make his first selection. So who's going at 10 and 11 overall for the Anaheim Ducks and San Jose Sharks? If you hit both these, you get a Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects report. If you hit 1 out of 2 and everybody else goes 0 for 2, then we'll give you the prospects report from Dauber Hockey. But again, you go to this big board, and you're looking at Joakim Kemmel. I'm using the UFFS consensus final rankings. I'm removing all the selections as we go. Joachim Kemmel we're at pick number 10, UFFS consensus final rankings, the 7 scouting agencies within Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports that submitted their final top 64. Joachim Kemmel averaged out consolidated list to be the 6th best prospect in this draft. So at 10th overall, the top 5 are gone, but Joachim Kemmel is there at 6. Jonathan Lekaramäki is there at 8, and those are 2 Nordic forwards. You got Kemmel, a winger from Finland, and Lekaramäki, a center from Sweden. Then at 10 and 11, we have the 2 Russians, Pavel Mintyukov and Danila Yurov. And again, we all know the Russians are wild cards in this first round and this draft in general with what's going on in the world. And you hear the Kirill Kaprizov stuff, the Ivan Fedotov stuff. It's going to be interesting what direction franchises in the NHL take about drafting Russians. And beyond that, we have Frank Nazar, a winger from the National Team Development Program, is 12th on the big board. And Denton Matachuk, another defenseman from the Western Hockey League, Moose Jaw Warriors, is 14th. So those are the next 5-6 names on the big board: Kemmel, Lekaramäki, Mintyukov, Yurov, Nazar, and Matachuk. Could one of those guys be Pat Verbeek's pick here for the Anaheim Ducks as we prepare for the 10th overall pick and get in both your 10th and 11th overall picks? So Anaheim at 10 and San Jose at 11. What are these California franchises going to do? And the pick is in, Dean, for the Anaheim Ducks. Again, we're not getting much for commercial breaks here as the Anaheim Ducks step up and select Pavel Mintyukov. Nobody had Pavel Mintyukov going to the Ducks. As you know, now we're the 4th defenseman off the board. We had Nemec, Jirasek, Korchinski, and now Pavel Mintyukov. Just going to double check that nobody had Mintyukov at 10th overall in the mock draft contest, and nobody did. Surprisingly, Nick Utley had Mintyukov 11th. He was the highest prediction, was 11th to San Jose, but Pavel Mintyukov ends up going 10th to the Anaheim Ducks. First pick for Pat Verbeek, and this is a guy that has a ton of offensive potential. Kind of gets the Ivan Provorov comparison, but very high offensive ceiling, very creative player. A dynamic guy. If you're talking about guys that could potentially be a top pairing defenseman still, Mintyukov offensively has that potential. And favorite NHL player, Quinn Hughes. He's got a little bit of that dynamic ability, maybe even more so than a guy like Korchinski. So it'll be interesting to see. Jamie Drysdale out of the OHL was a top pick for Anaheim. They go back to the OHL for another potential top defenseman in Pavel Mintyukov, Dean.
Well, that is interesting as, the slide continues for some of these players. And I just can't imagine how uncomfortable that feeling must be for these guys who, are watching themselves, unfortunately, slide by. Every time a pick comes up, they expect it's them. And then, like I've talked to people who have, witnessed kids on the bus on the way back after the first round, and they're just crushed. So I feel really bad for a guy like Kemmel.
And nobody had Mintyukov for the Ducks in the mock drafting or in the predict the pick contest, but we're getting some picks in for San Jose here. The Godfathers have Kemmel to San Jose. And so we'll see if we get some more predictions for San Jose. The Godfathers can't win every Dauber Prospects fantasy or Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects report. So let's give them some competition. Somebody else get in a pick for San Jose, and we'll still try to give away another Fantasy Prospects report at 11th overall with, as I mentioned, Dean, Pat Verbeek made his first ever selection as the Ducks general manager, taking Pavel Mintyukov 10th overall. And now Mike Greer is going to step up to the mic and take his first selection as an NHL general manager. First black GM in NHL history. Mike Greer, monumental moment here as he makes his first selection as GM of the San Jose Sharks.
And obviously some incredibly tough times around the San Jose Sharks, and there's a trade to announce. So maybe Mike Greer isn't going to be making this pick. Maybe the Sharks have dealt this pick.
Yeah, they might be moving down here, Dean. That would be my assumption if Bettman's coming to the mic prior to the pick. as we wait. And I'll let you listen and announce the pick, break the news, Dean. I'll keep talking about where we are in the draft. And again, maybe somebody's trading up to get a guy like Joakim Kemell or Jonathan Lekaramäki, two guys that are, we're in the next on the big list for the UFFS final rankings at 6 and 8 overall for us. And we're now at the 11th overall pick. So not like they're sliding that much, but certainly we envision them being top 10 picks potentially, as the San Jose Sharks maybe moving out of the 11th overall spot here. One of Mike Greer's first decisions as general manager, if indeed the San Jose Sharks are trading down, and it looks like
they moved up.
The 11th pick to the Coyotes. So the Arizona's moved up in exchange for, that's some pretty good draft capital back for the San Jose Sharks and Mike Greer. 27th, which is a big fall from 11, but you also get 34 and 45. So, that's a nice trade for Mike Greer and the San Jose Sharks. At 34 and 45 are two early or mid-second round picks, as well as still having one pick tonight. So a good solid return, I would say, for the San Jose Sharks. But Arizona, Dean, took Logan Cooley. Do they now maybe want Logan Cooley's line mate, Jimmy Snuggerud, who was one of the big risers for Craig Button's final rankings, into the top 10? Craig was higher on Snuggerud than a lot of people, and you already got Logan Cooley. Why not go get his line mate if you're moving up in the draft? I wouldn't be surprised if this is Jimmy Snuggerud potentially going to Arizona for giving Logan Cooley his line mate, make him nice and happy on draft day as well. But if not, like I said, you got Joakim Kemell, you got Jonathan Lekaramäki, you got Connor Geekie. If you want that big center, there's a lot of options here. Maybe they go defense. If they're trading Jacob Chychrun potentially today yet, Dean, or in the week to come, lots of rumors about him. Maybe you're looking at a guy like Denton Matechuk, or there's a lot of defensemen of potential interest still in this first round. European defensemen. You got the program has Ryan Chesley and Seamus Casey. You got Lane Hudson there, the little guy who maybe goes a lot higher than people think. Another little guy, Matthias Havelit out of Sweden, they might like. Like, there's a lot of different directions you could go with this pick as Arizona. But I really think if they're moving up, just the fact they took Logan Cooley at 3rd overall, I wouldn't be surprised if they target his wingman, the finisher on his line, the sniper, Jimmy Snuggerud, who reminds me a lot, Dean, of a guy like Zach Hyman, but maybe with a little bit better shot, a little bit more goal-scoring ability, but that real heavy power winger that you need in the playoffs, a guy like Jimmy Snuggerud, who would be a nice fit there with guys like Dylan Guenther as well.
Before we get into this, we have a trade to announce in the UFHL. Jack Quinn and Valtteri Puustinen going from Kamikaze to Tornadoes for Wyatt Johnson and Strong Island's 22 first-round pick. So interesting. Kamikaze trading Jack Quinn. One name I want to throw out here, because this has been such a weird draft, Brad Lambert.
Yeah.
Like, where does Brad Lambert fit in all this chaos if Kemell isn't gone now? Like, it's so weird. Like, does he go a lot earlier? Obviously the Coyotes were like, hey, that guy's still there. We have to jump and get him. Who is the guy that made them give away so many assets to move up? Is there a guy that they had higher on their list than anybody else? Is it Kemell that they couldn't believe has dropped that far? Or, as you mentioned, if they are looking at dealing a defenseman like Chychrun, like they're talking about, do you look at, I know you said Hudson, Ryan Chesley is there, Havlid as the Swede near the end. There's Callie Odelius, who is just outside of the first round, but is a first rounder on some people's boards. So, and then there's Seamus Casey, another guy out of the program. So this is interesting. The Coyotes have been one of the more interesting studies in the last. They're just like absorbing bad contracts because they got to get to the floor. And now they're wheeling and dealing at the draft to move up to be able to snag something that they obviously thought was not going to be there.
Either that, Dean, or they really want that pairing, because sometimes it's all about chemistry, and we know how good the chemistry is between Cooley and Snuggerud. I think Snuggerud might have been there for another 5 picks, but if they want that connection, that 1-2 punch that works so well for the program to to transition to, pro hockey together in the years to come, I could see that Jimmy Snuggerud pick. But you mentioned the Swedish defenseman Odelius and obviously Matthias Havlid. They did draft Victor Soderstrom in the first round in this exact same spot, 11, a couple years ago. They could go back to Sweden as well. So this is an interesting decision to move up, and who do they have in mind?
Who wants to get drafted by these guys and play in front of 5,000 fans?
That's part of it, right? Is the fan base is going to be interesting. And now you got Logan Cooley as one of the faces of the franchise, who reminds a lot of people of Clayton Keller. But they come up, Dean.
Oh, wow.
And, they select Morgan Geekie, 11th overall.
Connor Geekie.
Big centerman. And I think
Connor Geekie, not Morgan.
Yeah, sorry, Connor Geekie. Morgan's his older brother with the Seattle Kraken. But yeah, Connor Geekie off the board, trading up to get him at 11th overall. Again, we know Arizona, Dean, they value big centers. I talked about them. My chaos card in this draft was them taking Cutter Gauthier at third, who's a very similar player to Connor Geekie. Big center, shoot first guy, heavy shot. So this isn't really a surprising pick that they didn't take Gauthier at 3, and now they come back with a similar player in Connor Geekie at 11th overall, trading up for him. But definitely a big center. They have Barrett Hayton there as a big center, and this is sort of that similar type player. So yeah, now you got guys like Hayton and Geekie down the middle. And we knew going into this drafting, there was a lot of talk that they were going to target size. They had 3 first-round picks. Now they're down to 2 because they traded the back-end one. Or I think they still have 32nd overall to come too yet, Dean. So they still do have one more first-round pick. But we knew they would be interested in some big forwards, some size, and Connor Geekie definitely offers that at 11th overall.
Yeah, this is it's an intriguing player for me because he does have the size and he has the skill. I'm not going to say he was irrelevant all year, but I did not, I saw him a couple of times, 2 or 3 times. I'm not going to say he's like that. The 2 or 3 times I saw him, he wasn't inspiring. I'm not sure if his skating is the worst thing in the world, but it certainly has to improve. Like, I think he has to become a better skater to make Canada's World Junior team at Christmas. That's for sure. But he's big and he's highly skilled, and he proved that when he played, and he didn't even play with Savoy a lot of the time in Winnipeg. They split them up. So I don't mind this pick. I love that he's a good Manitoba boy. He'll go head to head with his brother Morgan. But sometimes you get mesmerized by size, and you get sucked in and lured in by size, and you end up with a Coke machine. I don't know if that's going to be this case, but guys have been sucked in by that. The Oilers used to get sucked in by that for a long time. They would just draft these big Coke machines who couldn't get around the ice. I hope Connor Geekie isn't that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be, at worst case scenario, he'll be his brother Morgan Geekie, who's kind of that big-bodied bottom 6 center now who can score a bit. Somewhat similar player, obviously. Exciting times for the Winnipeg Ice. I mean, you got Matthew Savoy at 9th overall to the Buffalo Sabres, and now Connor Geekie going 11th overall to the Arizona Coyotes, who moved up to acquire him. I saw a draft profile on Geekie on Sportsnet yesterday, Dean, and a lot of people went to bat for his hockey sense, his IQ, the way he sees the game. So you get that foot speed a little bit better, and people say skating's now one of the easier skills to teach that they can mold with these prospects. A lot of guys haven't been great skaters in junior. I think part of it, you grow into your body, you get that lower body strength, that power, explosiveness. I think Connor Geekie can definitely become a better skater, but a lot of people speak to his hockey sense, and I think he's one of the better shooters in the draft. I think he's got a great shot as well. And I think he will obviously be a big centerman in the NHL. But again, at this point in the draft, as we mentioned, other years, next year, Dean, at this point in the draft, you're still drafting a potential number 1 defenseman, potential first line forward. I think here you're hoping that Morgan Geekie becomes the second line center, but you're drafting him thinking if you're the San Jose Sharks right now, you're really thinking, you don't think he's going to be Patrick Marleau or Joe Thornton. You're really thinking he's probably going to be your third line center for the next, 10 years. And maybe he gets to be into the second line, but again, everybody needs a nice big third line center, and that's certainly where I sort of see Geekie. But again, the hockey IQ thing, that people go to bat for that. people that have NHL experience say he's a smart player. That might let him get a little bit higher in the depth chart and be a quality number 2 center for the Coyotes, comparable to Barrett Hayton, which is kind of looking like he'll top out as a number 2-3 center as well.
Well, I'll just say this in my experience, watching the game and talking to different scouts, how you think the game and I guess what's the term for it? Hockey IQ. If you don't have that, it's pretty hard to learn it. Like, it's like me. I'm terrible at math. I am not all of a sudden going to be able to figure out trigonometry ever in my life. Like, I'm just not going to be able to do it. And there's some guys that just don't know where to be on the ice and whatever it is. So that's one of the things that you can't teach. So if you're going to have a skill that is lacking, you don't want it to be that, because there's some coaches, there's some GMs that won't even look at you. But skating is, as you said. Here's a case in point. Guy Flaming and I were at during the lockout. The Roadrunners played in Edmonton during the AH for the AHL season. We saw Kyle Brodziak get caught on a breakaway, and we thought, we're never going to see this guy in the NHL because he couldn't skate. He improved his skating, became an NHL player. Jarrett Stoll, same thing, improved his skating, became an NHL player. So it is one of those things that you can work on, and you certainly can improve as another defenseman goes. And this is a guy that we were talking about, another WHL blue liner.
This is an interesting pick, Dean. The Blue Jackets ran to the podium. This was a quick pick at 12th overall. They already got a defenseman. They took David Jiricek, right shot defenseman, at 6th overall. Now at 12th overall, they've taken a left shot defenseman, Denton Matechuk of the Moose Jaw Warriors. When I seen them running to the podium, obviously we know Jarkko Kemalainen, Ville Siren announced the pick, and both those guys are from Finland. I really thought, okay, here's Dean's guy, here's Joakim Kemell. But Joakim Kemell passed over by 2 intelligent Finnish hockey guys again. So the Joakim Kemell fall continues. But here's Denton Matechuk, who, again, depending who you talk to, some people think he could be like Cale Clegg, really good junior player that struggles to take flight as a pro. Similarities to Kalen Addison. He's more offensive minded, Dean, more of an offensive skill set than Kevin Korchinski, who went to Chicago at 7. Korchinski's more of an all-around guy that's going to play in all situations. Matechuk's probably going to be your power play specialist. And he's going to learn from a guy like Zach Werenski in Columbus. Adam Boqvist just re-signed in Columbus, who's another really offensive guy. So interesting selection here to go with another defenseman when you got Werenski and Boqvist and Jiricek, and now you're coming with Matechuk. That's a nice top 4 going forward for Columbus, but a bit surprising they didn't come back with a forward here. But yeah, lots of WHL talent off the board. Korchinski and Matechuk on defense, Savoy and Geeky among forwards, all in the top 12. So people didn't think this would be a great draft for Canada and for the CHL in particular, but so far so good. And again, maybe that's the Russian factor. We're 12 picks in and obviously no Russians and not a lot of Europeans, other than obviously the back-to-back Slovaks at the top, and then Jiricek from Czechia and Kasper from Austria. But we haven't seen a lot of Euros go in general, and no Russians through the top 12, which actually I take that back, Dean. Pavel Midyukov went 10th overall to Anaheim, and he's playing in the OHL, so he's been over here already. But we did have one Russian go, but it's been a watching game to see where these Russians would go. Miroshnichenko, Yurov, among others. But lots of WHL talent in the top 12, including Korchinski and Matechuk, Geeky and Savoy. So exciting times for the Western Hockey League.
Well, and the Columbus Blue Jackets taking a bit of a page out of Duckman's domination and kind of building from the back end with, some of the incredible blue liners. I mean, for Matechuk to learn from Werenski is going to be excellent. I'm really, really impressed. Like I'm really impressed when, a team goes into it and you can tell, like, they're systematically, we got this, we're going to this. And it's clear that they're looking at building from the back end in that regard. And there's a comparison on the Sportsnet broadcast to Charlie McAvoy. That's pretty impressive. Now, that might be the high ceiling. Also said he was named after Cy Young. So I got to get to the bottom of that story to find out. But, I am... Craig likes to say you never scout with a tape measure. I love undersized, as they call them, offensive defensemen. I've loved them my whole life, and I think that, you know, sometimes they can't handle the big load in front of the net and everything like that, but I like them. I like undersized defensemen. They're mobile. They can walk the line on the power play. So I'm not afraid I would not be afraid of drafting an undersized, skilled defenseman.
Yeah, and I think Matechuk will still put on muscle. I don't think he's going to be that undersized by the time he gets to the NHL. He's right around, 5'11", 6 foot. I think he'll be 175, 180 pounds. I think he'll be, he's not small like Quinn Hughes necessarily, although they list Quinn Hughes at 5'10". He's not 5'10". But one thing here, Dean, we do have a hit in the mock draft.
Oh.
We know the Godfathers are watching along here with us on the NHL Draft watch party, and Rob Conti of the Godfathers, Dean, 12th overall in his mock draft, Denton Matechuk to the Columbus Blue Jackets, the only one out of 10 mock draft entrants that got a hit there at 12th overall. So congrats to Rob and Nelson Martins and Paul from the Godfathers who had a hit at 12th overall in their mock draft for Denton Matechuk to Columbus.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I'll say it's impressive for anybody to nail anything in this bizarre draft. As you know, the Chicago Blackhawks are back to make a pick after taking Kevin Korchinski with the 7th overall pick. Still, I think they didn't get enough for Alex DeBrincat. I mean, I don't know. I thought Alex DeBrincat was worth much more than a 1st and a 2nd round pick. And you know, this is a Chicago team that clearly isn't afraid to bring in smaller, undersized players. So is this where Kemmel gets taken? And, you know, you do have some guys, maybe you keep Patty Kane for a year to you know, the way Kane and the Breadman had some chemistry. I'm not sure. I'm almost done trying to predict what's happening in this draft today.
They had DeBrincat. They had Artemi Panarin, who's a smaller guy as well, goal scorer. I would be surprised, Dean, if one of the Swedish-Finnish forwards don't go here. I think Joakim Kemmel's the favorite to go here. I also think Jonathan Lekaramäki. When you look at our big board, they are 6 and 8 overall for the UFFS consensus final rankings. They're still available here at pick 13. I would be surprised if it wasn't Kemmel or Lekaramäki. But again, I keep saying keep an eye on the other Swedish forwards in Liam Ogren and Noah Ostlund. I think it'll be one of those 4 players here, in my opinion, unless they shoot the moon and go Ivan Miroshnichenko or Brad Lambert as the wild cards. But I really think you're looking at Kemmel as one of the more likely ones, or potentially Lekaramäki, Ogren, or Ostlund out of Sweden. I think that makes sense for Chicago. And I'm wrong. They take Frank Nazar from the program. This is a nice pick, though. This is the guy that very offensive-minded. A lot of comparisons to Dylan Larkin. Good speed, good skill. I don't think he's as skilled as a Trevor Zegras, but I think he's kind of that Dylan Larkin type player. So, and this is the guy you got for Kirby Dach, essentially, right? You got Kevin Korchinski for Alex DeBrincat, and you got Frank Nazar for Kirby Dach. So it's going to be interesting how those trades age when you blow it up on draft day. And again, we're not talking Alex DeBrincat and Kirby Dach being, 30-year-old guys like Kane and Taves. Those guys are just entering their prime, 21, 24 years old. So, you could have built around those guys for another 5 years while they're in their prime. Instead, you trade DeBrincat, you end up drafting Kevin Korchinski 7th overall. Then you trade Kirby Dach and flip some picks, and you end up in this spot and get Frank Nazar. Again, Korchinski, Nazar, 2 nice prospects for Chicago, but they got to step in and replace DeBrincat and Dach. Very big shoes to fill, considering what they were traded for.
Yeah, like I know DeBrincat, he's gonna have to get paid at some point. Kane is gonna have to get a new contract and something. But honestly, if I don't hate this pick at number 13, but if you're a Chicago Blackhawk fan, you're looking at your team today, you're like, wow, I guess we're in the Bedard sweepstakes next year for sure.
Yeah, I think be bad for Bedard is definitely a theme in Chicago, among other cities across the NHL. Next year, if there's a year to be bad heading into the NHL draft, 2023, anywhere in the top 5, top 10 is going to be anywhere in the first round is going to be a really high-end player. You know, at the end of next year's first round, you're probably going to be getting a player who has a higher upside than even a guy like Frank Nazar here at 13 or some of these recent picks. Assuming they have as good of a draft year as they're trending to this point in their career, it's a very prestigious draft class. But I do think Chicago, like I said, what is Seth Jones thinking? He just signed there long-term. Granted, he got $9.5 million. You got to be happy about that. But you thought you were potentially going to win a cup, and now you're starting from scratch with a rebuild that's probably going behind Columbus. When you look where Columbus is, they've probably now surpassed Chicago, and Seth Jones goes from one rebuild to another. And again, what is Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews? Where do they want to go, or with the rest of their career down the stretch? But again, not to knock this pick, I think Frank Nazar has a high ceiling. I think he's a good two-way center with some good creativity and a bit of dynamic ability. Again, a bit surprised that Lekaramaki and Kemmel weren't there, but lot of North American picks, as we said. So it's going to be interesting to see what your Winnipeg Jets team, these are your boys. They're coming up on the clock at 14th overall. We all know they've had a lot of Finnish players come through the system in recent years. You know, they've drafted Patrick Laine. They drafted Christian Vesalainen as Finnish forwards in the first round. Do they go back to Finland, or are they a bit soured by those experiences? And do they might have been hoping that a hometown boy like Denton Matechuk from Winnipeg or Connor Geekie from Manitoba would have still been there. So maybe they look to trade back, but very interested to see what your own Winnipeg Jets do with the 14th overall pick.
Yeah, it's I don't really know what's going on in Winnipeg right now. Like, are they going to be blowing up and dealing Wheeler and Hellebuck? Are they going to I'm not sure. I've been trying to find out. You know, obviously Rick Bowness coming in, you know, maybe changes the way. But Frank Nazar, our rankings had him 12 and he went 13. That's pretty impressive with the I guess the combined rankings that you put together to be that close. And so when we look at it, like you said, it's not a terrible pick, but what the heck happens with the rest of that team this summer? And is Seth Jones on the phone to his agent saying, this isn't what I kind of signed up for? I'm not really sure. But I don't hate Frank Nazar, but you're not better than you were yesterday, in my opinion. And obviously they're looking at being better in a couple of years, as opposed to next year or the year after. But if you're going to do that, then you need to trade Kane, Toews if he wants to go, and even Seth Jones. Yeah, that's a great point, Dean. And again, what are you doing with your goaltending in Chicago and all the rest, right? I really think I'd like to be in the chat group. I'm sure Seth Jones and Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane are all in the same chat group right now. And what are they saying about the future of the Chicago Blackhawks? But again, not to take the spotlight off Frank Nazar, I personally had Nazar, Dean, mocked 14th to your Winnipeg Jets. So I had them with the next pick. Nick Utley had him 12th to Columbus, as did our mystery man, who will be revealed later. Didn't want to have his name attached to his mock prior to the UFHL entry auction. Rob Conte and the Godfathers had him 11 to San Jose. I think that was the highest. Actually, Trench Network. We haven't talked about Trench Network in a while now. They actually had Nazar at 9 to Buffalo. So they were very high on Frank Nazar there as another riser. And even higher, Dean, Arnie Entz. We haven't talked about Arnie's mock. Arnie had Nazar going 8 to Detroit to Steve Yzerman. So Frank Nazar was sort of in this range. A few had him to Winnipeg at 14. So this is the range for Frank Nazar, not an off-the-board pick by any means. And we'll see how that ages for Chicago. But again, you acquired the 13th overall pick and you drafted Frank Nazar. You traded away a recent 3rd overall pick in Kirby Dach to get the 13th overall pick. So, I mean, again, Kirby Dach, Frank Nazar, they're going to be compared to each other for the next 5 to 10 years in the NHL. And it'll be interesting. Bit of a gamble to trade Kirby Dach as young as he is and kind of give up on him in order to move down 10 spots theoretically, right? From 3rd overall with Dach to 13th overall with Nazar. And how does that shake out in the years to come? I'm going to guess Winnipeg's going to take a defenseman here. I think they might take one of those Swedes.
I could see that, yeah. Odelius or Matthias Havlid, yeah. 2 real offensive guys that or even little Lane Hudson, perhaps, if you're looking for a a real offensive-minded guy, which they don't necessarily have in their system. Again, they have Ville Heinola. Ville Heinola has another Finnish first-rounder recently, Ville Heinola. So they've had a lot of Finnish players. Maybe they go Kemmel here and don't overthink it, like you say, Dean.
Yeah. Pickering could be an option, too.
Yeah, Pickering out of the Western League. That's a good call. I could see that absolutely. Big guy. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense there. He's going to go soon here. They take Rutger McGroarty.
Oh, wow.
One of the better names in the draft. And last year, now that we say this, they took a player from the program in the first round last year with Chaz Lucius. And now they come back with Rutger McGroarty as their first round pick. And I want to say somebody had him to Winnipeg in our mock contest. But this is a player that some people had falling in their rankings throughout the year. But again, captain Team USA to a silver medal at the U18s this year. And this is a player, Dean, going back 5 years or so, was a potential top, or 3 years. He was a sensation in this draft class. He was sort of in that top 5 conversation. Even last summer or the summer before when we did the 2020 UFHL futures auction, I think he was a top 10 pick there, or top 10 spend. So definitely another high skill shooting forward for the Winnipeg Jets. You got Perfetti, you got Chaz Lucius, now you got Rutger McGroarty. You got a lot of high end offensive guys that have high ceilings for the Winnipeg Jets and Kevin Cheveldayoff, as well as obviously new coach Rick Bowness, who I don't know if he'll get to coach Rutger McGroarty because this guy's probably a couple years away from playing in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, this is an interesting prospect because I do remember last year there was a lot of hype, and I remember we did a scouting show and Brian Hernandez was talking a little bit about Rutger, and so listen, the Winnipeg Jets have been kind of a pipeline from that American program, right? You look at the number of guys that have gone through that program and then either, come straight from the program to Winnipeg or through college. They love their American players. And, it's, they're not far from Minnesota. Some people say Winnipeg is Minnesota North. So it's not terribly surprising. I thought they were going to go with a blue liner. But as you said it last year with Chaz Lucius and their preference for the program, they have a number of really good young American players and have drafted them over the years.
Yeah, and Kyle Connor didn't play at the program. He was in the USHL, but obviously they've had a lot of success there. Blake Wheeler's another guy that's an American forward. So the Winnipeg Jets have had a lot of success with American forwards, like you said, and I think you can see the smile on Rutger's face, ear to ear. I think he'll love going there with a guy that he probably knows well in Chaz Lucius. So now the Vancouver Canucks are on the board, Dean, and I really think they will be surprised to see Jonathan Lekkerimaki there. My comparable for Lekkerimaki has been Elias Pettersson. I see a lot of Pettersson light in Lekkerimaki. So they've drafted guys like Pettersson, like Nils Hoglander. They love their Swedish forwards, and I think they're probably surprised that Lekkerimaki still there at 15, as well as Kemmel. But I really think this pick at 15 for Vancouver, although you mentioned Owen Pickering, I think he's going in the next 4 picks, whether it goes Nashville, Dallas, Vancouver, somewhere in here, I think Pickering will go. But I really think Lekkerimaki at this point is a surprising faller for Vancouver. And I know there was a lot of talk about Matachuk maybe there as well. He's off the board now. So for me, it seems like one of those run to the podium and select Lekkerimaki if you're a Vancouver Canucks fan.
Yeah, I think Pickering's going to end up going to Buffalo.
Yeah, they're up next. So yeah, they could definitely have eyes.
They're at 16, right? Buffalo?
Yeah, and
Vancouver's next.
Yeah, Vancouver's up at 15 and then Buffalo. So, and again, that could definitely be an option. I don't know if Buffalo will just keep picking forwards because they have Dahlin and Power and Yoki Haru, Matthias Samuelsson. I mean, they're pretty loaded on the back end. So it'll be interesting to see if they go back. I know they got Ryan Johnson in college as a first-round pick that they're trying to sign this summer yet too. So,
but I think with they got 3 picks, right? So I think probably one of them is going to be a blue liner. Although
we're not going to see a goaltender go in the first round, Dean. That's a bold prediction. I would be stunned if we saw one. So, yeah, I mean, with 3 picks, you have to think they're not going to go 3 straight forwards. But we've been saying all day stranger things have happened, and I could see that. But with Vancouver here, Dean, I really like Lekaramaki. I don't think they thought he would have made it to 15. They might even consider trading this pick or for another player, or trading JT Miller or something to move up in the draft to take a guy like Lekaramaki. So the fact he's there at 15, I would be pretty surprised if Vancouver doesn't take him. But I know a lot of Vancouver media was zeroed in on the other 2 Swedish forwards, Dean. Liam Ogren, who actually gets a lot of comparisons to Brock Besser, and Noah Ostlund, who's a really crafty centerman from Djurgårdens as well. All 3 of those are from Djurgårdens. Lekaramaki, Ogren, and Ostlund. And a lot of people thought those 3 would be gone by pick 15, potentially. So the fact they're all 3 there for Vancouver to choose from, if they don't take a Swedish forward, I'll be almost as surprised as I was when Juraj Slafkovsky and Simon Nemec went ahead of Shane Wright at the start of the draft.
Yeah, well, this has just been the draft of unexpectedness. Like, honestly, like the fact that the beginning was, in my opinion, if you're talking about in the trenches, then they don't think it's been bizarre draft. But I think that there's some names in the top 10 that I thought were going to be in, like, from 15 and beyond.
Yeah, certainly. And we said that sort of outside of that consensus top 5, top 6, there was going to be some variability, and there were some somewhat reaches. But when you look at our rankings, I don't think anybody outside of our top 25 have went yet at 15. So when you're the UFFS consensus rankings, but I think now we're getting in that area, Dean, where we might see guys outside of our top 50 start getting picked here pretty soon. But I think with Kemmel and Lekaramaki and some of those guys still on the board, I think they got to go here. If Vancouver takes Lekaramaki, I'd be surprised if Buffalo doesn't take Kemmel next. I could see those 2 going back to back here if we're doing predict the picks. So who did Vancouver select? We got an embrace here, a celebration in the stands, and just waiting for some of these kids. It's hard to recognize them, but they are taking Jonathan Lekaramaki.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Pedersen Light, I don't know if the insider gets a hit on that one or not. And I didn't think he'd be there in the mock draft, obviously. I had Lekaramaki 9 to Buffalo, thought they'd like him. Just looking to see if anybody had him at 15. Dean, every single mock draft had Lekaramaki gone before this pick. The lowest he went in our mock draft was actually Nick Utley, big Canucks fan. Nick will be celebrating this pick. He had him at 14 to your Jets, but everybody else had Lekaramaki somewhat long gone by here. So, and I think Vancouver had him long gone by here too. So I think, the entire Vancouver Canucks organization is really celebrating. Patrick Alvin, their general manager, is Swedish, new GM, his first time at the podium announcing a first-round pick in the NHL draft, and he gets to announce a Swedish forward, Jonathan Lekaramaki, who was kind of a consensus top 10 prospect at 15th overall, potential steal for the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah, this is a guy who, if things go right for him, he's going to be one of the most exciting and popular players in Vancouver, because he loves to score goals. He played in the SHL, which is a hard league. Still scored 7 goals in 26 games. For an underage player, that is pretty impressive. That is a hard league. And, this is going to be like the Vancouver Canucks are an exciting team. And I don't know about you. I grew up in the era, I was an Andy Moog fan for a long time, so I was an Oilers fan. So I hated the Flames, but I never hated the Canucks because they kind of always sucked when I was an Oilers fan. And then the Canucks got really good, and it pissed off a lot of Oilers fans. I always liked it. Like that, I know the West Coast Express in ours is named after the big line that they had out there. I like the Vancouver Canucks, and I will watch more Vancouver Canuck games than I will Calgary games. But I also, and even though Calgary is exciting, I like the Vancouver Canucks and their forwards. I love the skill that they have, that they're putting together. I hope they can keep everybody, and obviously they're not going to be able to keep Miller, but hopefully they can get something. This is a good pick for the Canucks. It falls in line, I think, with what they're trying to do out there, and that is getting a dynamic guy with has an incredible shot.
And you nailed it, Dean. Looking back 5 years from now, you might say Jonathan Lekkerimäki is, a top 5 NHL star from this draft class. He has that kind of upside. So I think this is a home run, potential home run for the Vancouver Canucks. I'm looking at our UFFS consensus final rankings, Dean. And as much as there's been surprises in this draft, right now we're looking at only 3 of our top 15 picks are still on the board going into pick 16, or 3 of our top 15 prospects. Only 1 of our top 10 prospects is still available going up to Buffalo at pick 16. That's Joakim Kemell, who was the 6th ranked prospect for UFFS. Danila Yurov, the Russian, who we knew was going to be a bit of a wild card with the Russian scenario, was our 11th ranked prospect. And another wild card, Brad Lambert out of Finland, was our 15th ranked prospect. So when you look at that, there's only 3 prospects still on the board for UFFS that were in our top 15 going into pick 16. So our final rankings are faring quite well to this point in the draft.
Yeah, I would say that. Godfathers say the goal has to be farther down the road for Chicago. Otherwise, Dak and DeBrincat would be a much better option. Very curious all over in the rationale for Chicago. Needless to say, this year's redraft will look super different in short order. Yeah, that's always when you do those redrafts in time. And you know what? Let's not forget about COVID. And how much of an impact COVID has had on scouting. And not just the players, like not just these guys. You think about the amount of time that they lost for an entire season in some cases. But what about the scouts and their viewings? You just do not have enough. You haven't been able to see maybe how much a player changed because they missed a whole year. And maybe that player that was going to really develop this year didn't because he missed a whole year. So when we look back, my favorite draft to look back at is the 03 draft. I think it's the greatest. And you look back at it and it's in there. I think it's just amazing. This draft, I think there's going to have to be an asterisk beside it just because of the amount of lost hockey that we all had this year, or the last couple of years rather.
Yeah, there's been asterisks beside a couple drafts in a row now, including obviously this one with the amount of hockey that they missed and the big best on best international events. Although we did get the U18 Worlds, but there's always it's hard to say. The U18 Worlds didn't have Russia there, etc. So. And a lot of the Canadian players are still playing in the CHL playoffs at that tournament. But in the World Juniors, we only got 3 days, and then it was postponed or canceled till this summer. So, a lot of this is going to be hope for the best on draft day, and hindsight is always going to tell us how this draft class shakes out. And there will be the redraft like 2012 has shown there's going to be a lot of changes. And here's the Buffalo Sabres stepping up to make a pick. And do they finally stop the slide of Joakim Kemell, our 6th ranked prospect? Because they have some smaller shooters in Buffalo, European shooters. So I think this is a spot where Joakim Kemell potentially makes sense. And they actually, Dean, go back to Sweden, back-to-back picks from Djurgårdens. They take Noah Ostlund. And, Buffalo has a guy, Dean, that was the first pick of the 2nd round in Rasmus Asplund. A few years back, and he sort of popped last year. The Brutes have him in the UFHL, and the second half of the season, Rasmus Asplund was showing up on the score sheet. And I think, I know, 32nd overall pick to 16 is a bit of a strange comparison, but I think Ostlund's that type of player, maybe with a bit more offensive upside. But again, not to say this is a weaker draft class, but I think you're getting that type of player here. And Buffalo loves their Swedes, and they are happy with the development of Rasmus Asplund, who took a couple extra seasons to get where he's at. But I think this type of player, two-way center with some craftiness to him. I think he's got some offensive upside. Nice pick by Buffalo, and not overly surprising that they would go back to Sweden for another Swedish forward. They took Matthew Savoy at 9th overall when they could have taken Lekkerimäki. If they took Lekkerimäki there and Ostlund here, they would have had teammates from Djurgårdens in Sweden, but they took Savoy and now Ostlund. So some high ceiling, undersized, average size centers back to back for Buffalo. I think Ostlund will be a center in the NHL. I think Matthew Savoy may shift to the wing, kind of like Peyton Krebs might shift to the wing in Buffalo as well. And Dylan Cousins is kind of playing the wing in Buffalo. So it's interesting who ends up playing center out of all these talented young prospects in Buffalo.
You know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Oilers when they had a couple of Swedes on their roster, and Magnus Svensson Pajärvi, and then they took the others. And what's the name of the other Swede that was like the just like Ostlund, the defensive center who was kind of a more of a second line center. Now the name has totally escaped me.
Yeah, I know who you're thinking of too, Gene. I'm struggling with names off the top of my head today,
too. But that sort of situation reminds me a little bit about what Buffalo's did. You know, a skilled guy and then a little bit more of a solid, take care of his own business guy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's happened here. And Dean, I'll give you one guess which mock draft had Ostlund to Buffalo at 16 for a perfect match.
Would it start with IN?
It's the Trench Network again, Dean. I don't know where these guys got their intel, but that's impressive. They're the only 1 out of 10 mocks that had Noah Ostlund 16 to the Buffalo Sabres. So congratulations again to the Trench Network. We're giving away 2 Dauber prospects fantasy or Dauber hockey fantasy prospects reports for the mock draft, the most perfect matches, as well as the most prospects picked in the first round. And right now it's trending well that the Trench Network might be taking home both of them, but certainly with another hit here at 16 for Noah Ostlund to the Buffalo Sabres, that hashtag of the Trench Network knows or Trenches knows best or whatever we're going with that hashtag here in the chat. They keep getting the hits. The Trench Network mock has been afterwards, when we look back on all the mocks, the hashtag the Trench knows. But when we look back at all the mocks, Craig Button's mock and Bob McKenzie and Corey Pronman and everybody else, right? You're really going to look back and see our in the trenches management. The Trench Network is going to have one of the best mocks, hands down, from this 2022 NHL draft across the entire hockey world.
Yeah, it's totally incredible. In really inspiring what they've done. And yeah, there was a comment at the beginning about Wright being number 4. I called it clickbait, and man, that has blown up in my face. Like, I cannot believe, first of all, how bizarre this has been, but also how they predicted everything.
Yeah, 6 for 6 off the start. Nobody in the hockey world went 6 for 6 in this draft class. I probably looked at 100 mocks. I didn't see anybody with that 6 for 6. And like I said, here we are at 16th overall, and they're still getting perfect matches. So the Trench Network has had an awesome mock draft and draft experience overall. I'm sure they're celebrating, but there's the hashtag again, Dean. The Trench knows. What a great call Ostlund was there. So just awesome to follow these mocks and our UFFS rankings as well, Dean. As again, I mean, we don't want to keep harping on about Joachim Kemmel being our 6th ranked prospect, still on the board now at going into 17th overall with Nashville. But between Kemmel, Yurov, and Brad Lambert, 2 Finns that were potential top 10 picks are still available, as well as obviously the Russian. And then the next guy would be, we had back-to-back picks from Djurgårdens, Dean, with Lekaramäki and Noah Ostlund, and number 18, the next guy down the list in the UFFS consensus final rankings, is Liam Ongren, the 3rd forward from Djurgårdens. But the one that stands out for me, Dean, with the Nashville Predators coming on the clock, is a guy you mentioned not long ago, Owen Pickering. I mean, they drafted Shea Weber. They drafted, a number of great defensemen out of the Western Hockey League, and I think David Poyle could have eyes on Owen Pickering potentially for the Nashville Predators. But lots of good options. Those are kind of the guys that are still available out of our top 20, with 20th overall in the UFFS rankings being Yuri Kulich, a guy that really rose up the ranks from Czechia, had a big U18, scored some goals at the Men's World Championship. But generally speaking, the rankings are doing quite well through this point in the NHL draft tonight. All
right, so they're halfway through the draft. Noah Ostlund The latest player taken, Swede from for the Buffalo Sabres, and they've just honored Joe Sakic with the Jim Gregory Award, which is awarded to the top GM. So they're obviously taking a little bit of a break. But I think Chris Drury and Brisebois were also up for that award. Hard to argue against what Joe Sakic did. I mean, they had a good team, but they also went out and made some pretty important trades. And with Girard going down, that Manson trade was even more important.
Yeah, talk about important trade there with Manson. A lot of people thought Justin Barron and a first-round pick was a big overpayment for Arturi Lehkonen. How many key goals did he score in that playoff run? A lot of people said a first-round pick for Darcy Kemper was an overpayment. How many, key saves did Darcy Kemper make in that playoff run? Trading Tyson Barrie was controversial for Nazem Kadri. How good did that trade work out? And when you look at Joe Sakic's biggest move as general manager of the Colorado Avalanche, his first big, bold move was waiting out Matt Duchene, waiting and getting a king's ransom in return for Matt Duchene, including Samuel Girard was part of that. But that trade really, helped them put a lot of pieces in place for this cup winning roster. And it's not just that they won the cup. It's like I said, it's the moves he made throughout the season that translated. Everything was coming up gold for Joe Sakic in those playoffs. And congratulations to him and the Avs on not only winning the cup, but also now the Jim Gregory Award as GM of the year. And you look at the Ultimate Fantasy Hockey League, our regular season Founders Trophy winners, the Royals, Arnie Entz, Brent Baldwin, and Jason Melnick were the Puckpedia GM of the Year award winners. And here we have the Stanley Cup champions, Colorado Avalanche and Joe Sakic getting the NHL honor as we, like I said, work our way into the back half of the first round of the 2022 NHL Draft.
By the way, it was Anton Lander. That was the guy.
Oh, there you go.
Drafted. Yeah. But a similar bit of a situation with Magnus Perry. Both those guys are still playing. They both still going strong in over in Sweden. So yeah, sometimes it pays off. I don't think it's the worst strategy to take an offensive guy and then a guy who can be a bit of a second line or third line, all around player. Okay, they've gone to break. I got to take another break. I don't know if you need a break yet. You might need a break. I'm not sure. But why don't we do another prediction contest while we're in a commercial break, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, Dean, that sounds great. We'll do another Predict the Pick contest. If anybody wants to go ahead and predict who the Nashville Predators are going to take at 17th overall. Again, we can always just go back to the Trench Network mock draft, but let's get some predictions for who's going 17th to Nashville here. You look at the draft board, you got 17 Nashville, 18 Dallas. Let's maybe combine those two. Anybody that wants to throw a prediction for Nashville and Dallas. And I can tell you one thing, the Trench Network won't be getting a hit at number 17 because they had Marco Kasper actually down at 17, and he obviously went to Detroit at 8th overall. So that was one of their rare misses was Marco Kasper. They might get number 18, though. They have Dallas taking Liam Öhngren from Djurgårdens. He's one of the top prospects left out of the UFFS consensus final rankings. So certainly potential there for Liam Öhngren to Dallas for the Trench Network as we continue to marvel at their mock draft. Hashtag the Trench knows. But, you look at myself and Dean's mocks. We haven't talked a lot about ours because we're not having a ton of success. I got Owen Pickering here at 17, as does Rob Conti and the Godfathers. So a couple of us have Owen Pickering at 17. Just looking for Dean's mock here to see who he's got. Dean had Rutger McGroarty to Nashville. Rutgers obviously off the board to Dean's Winnipeg Jets at 14. So he's happy about that. But it'll be an interesting selection here as Nashville's pick is in and they'll be making their way to the stage fairly soon. Again, when I look at the big board or the best players available, I don't know if Nashville will take Joakim Kemmel, but he's the top-ranked prospect, 6th-ranked prospect from UFFS final rankings. I know Craig Button had Joachim Kemmel in his top 5. I want to say he had him at 3 ahead of Logan Cooley. So when you look at Craig Button's final rankings, Joachim Kemmel at 3rd overall is still available at 17. We have him at 6 on the 6th ranked prospect for UFFS. Nashville has taken Russians. They took Yaroslav Askarov as their goaltender of the future. Do they come up and take a guy like Danila Yurov or Ivan Miroshnichenko? Who's going to be the next one to go, or the first one to go overseas to Russia? We've seen a Russian go. Pavel Mintyukov went 10th overall to Anaheim, but he's been playing in Ontario in the Ontario Hockey League. Who's going to be the first one to go over to Russia? Does Nashville make that bold move, or do they go back to the Western Hockey League where they've had a lot of success drafting guys like Dan Hamhuis and Shea Weber? So very interested to see what Nashville does with the 17th overall pick as they step up to the microphone here in the first round of the 2022 NHL entry draft. And looks like they're taking, I'll let you know here in a second, they're going to take Joachim Kemmel. So there you go. The fall of Joachim Kemmel, Dean, is over. Our 6th ranked prospect goes 17th overall to the Nashville Predators. And you got to think they're happy, because I'm sure, if depending where they had him on their board, every time somebody drafts a player, Dean, they talk to the GM. We had him much higher on our board. This might actually be one of those times where Nashville had Joachim Kemmel in the top 10 or top 5. And there he is falling into their lap at 17. So he was the last of the top 10 prospects from UFFS consensus final rankings. We had him 6th. He was the last of our top 10 to go at 17th overall to Nashville. But yeah, a bit of a surprising faller Joachim Kemmel was, but there he goes at 17 to Nashville, and a guy that scored a lot of goals in the league playing against men. So definitely, you can never have enough goal scorers. A bit undersized, but I compared Joachim Kemmel to Victor Arvidsson. Well, guess who drafted Victor Arvidsson? The Nashville Predators did. They stole Victor Arvidsson in one of the last picks overall in the draft, 7th round, or there might have even been 12 rounds back then. But he was outside of the top 200, Victor Arvidsson. But I think they probably see some similarities in the way that Joachim Kemmel plays to Victor Arvidsson. That's kind of, the kind of goal scoring, gritty goal scorer I could see him being. I think I compared him to Cam Atkinson somewhere else, but I really like the Victor Arvidsson comparison. And obviously Nashville, he even looks like Victor Arvidsson. If you saw Victor Arvidsson on his draft day, Joachim Kemmel looks a lot like a young Victor Arvidsson. And I think that's the way he could trend as far as the playing style and the scoring output with a bit of grit in his game as well. But Dean, Joachim Kemmel is finally off the board at 17th overall to the Nashville Predators.
Well, and finally, it just took me leaving for a little bit for Joachim Kemmel to get taken. But I like the comparison you made there, and again, I don't know if there's fits for different teams. This seems like a good fit for Kemmel.
It does, and they drafted Eli Tolvainen as another Finnish volume shooting, scoring forward in the first round a few years ago, and Tolvainen started to pop a little bit this past season. There's actually talk, Dean, that they might trade Tolvainen for Jesse Puljujärvi as two sort of Finnish forwards that could use a fresh start. But I thought Tolvainen was a volume shooter and put up some decent, scored some pretty talented goals, some real sniper style goals this past season for the Titans in the UFHL and for the Predators in the NHL. But Eli Tolvainen, Joachim Kemmel, Victor Arvidsson, that type of player, right? Because Tolvainen's not that big. I think Tolvainen's maybe a bit faster than Kemmel, but I'd say Kemmel might even be a better shooter than, I think Kemmel's got, I wouldn't say a better shooter because Tolvainen's a sniper. I'd say Kemmel's a bit grittier. He's going to drive the net at his size more than play the perimeter and score from distance certainly like Tolvainen would like to do, the style that he likes to play. I think we got some grit in Kemmel. I think that's why I like the Arvidsson comparison, but it is a good fit when you think of Tolvainen, Arvidsson, Kemmel. He's a Nashville type player, and I'm sure I mentioned, Dean, that every GM you talk to says, oh, we had that player ranked way higher. I think this is a player that Nashville, with the type of players they like, they probably did have him ranked significantly higher than 17th, and were surprised he was available.
Well, I think everybody had this guy ranked higher. I mean, I'm trying to look and see where Bob McKenzie had, if he had Kemmel, because he had to have had him. Bob McKenzie had him 7. So Bob McKenzie gets his information from the GMs, who all had him 7, and then almost all of the GMs let him go 10 picks after that. So I don't know what the hell is going on, but we talk about motivation for guys. I think this is going to be a one motivated right winger whenever he does end up getting to Nashville. And like, we had him 6th in our UFHL scout rankings. This guy is going to be motivated his entire career. He already probably is, because he's a smaller guy. And now he's going to have, I'd be loving it if I was a Nashville Predator. If I was a player with the Predators, thinking the kind of the dust storm this guy's going to bring in, because he's going to want to prove everybody wrong. I really like this.
And Dean, you mentioned we had him the sixth ranked prospect in the final rankings for UFFS, the last of our top 10 prospects to go at number 17. Craig Button, the final Craigslist, Dean, had Joachim Kemmel 3rd overall. He went Wright, Slavkovsky, Kemmel, Cooley. So all the way from 3 to 17 on Craigslist. There you got it again. Don't scout with a tape measure. That's why Craig likes Kemmel. I think he's gritty enough to certainly outproduce his draft position. 10 mock drafts in our NHL mock draft contest, Dean. They ranged from 5 to 9. Consensus top 10 pick over 10 mock drafts in UFFS. Even the Trench Network had Kemmel at 8 to Detroit. So nobody had Kemmel outside the top 10 out of our 10 mock drafts. He goes 17. And now the Dallas Stars, Dean, are taking the podium, or up on the stage to make the 18th overall selection.
I'm not saying Joachim Kemmel is going to be Nikita Kucherov, but Nikita Kucherov fell because of his size. And he's the only guy not named McDavid or Draisaitl to win the scoring race in the last 6 years. And he's had the highest point total since Mario Lemieux had 161 in 95-96. So, the Nashville Predators must be thrilled. And we'll see what Tom Gaglardi of the Stars does here. Is there a Kamloops player he could take?
He could reach for Mats Lindgren, but I don't think he'll do that. Let's see who they selected here. But I really thought they've had, you look at what they've done in the first round. They took Valery Nichushkin and Denny Gurianov, Russian forwards, but they're actually going over to Switzerland and taking one of the big hulking defensemen, Dean, Leon Bichsel. Second Swiss-born defenseman to be drafted in the first round, joining Mirko Mueller. This is a guy that was a big riser down the stretch. We expected he could go in the first round. Surprised a bit that he goes 18. I don't think he's got the offense of Moritz Seider, but he's got the physicality. He's got the size. Big shutdown defenseman. You know what you're getting with Leon Bichsel. I mean, I look at a guy like Hakanpää on the blue line for Dallas, how physical he is. I think Bichel's that type of player, but, it's hard to say. I mean, Eric Chernak, that type of player. Again, these aren't guys you would necessarily think you're getting at 18th overall in a draft, but again, the depth of this draft doesn't stack up on paper the way other years do, but this is a player, Dean, that, the size, he's massive, one of the biggest players in the draft. And certainly a guy that was trending up coming into the draft. There was a lot of talk about him potentially getting into this top 20 range. So the UFFS final rankings had him at 36. But again, that was a guy that a lot of mock drafts had Leon Bichsel going a lot higher than where we ended up having him in the final rankings. And I'm just looking here at our UFHL or our NHL mock draft contest to see if anybody had
I doubt that.
Had him this high. A lot of people had him in the first round, and it looks like we had a hit here, Dean. Did you see what it was? Yeah, we got a hit. It's Gur Doltak. So congratulations, Gur, from Doltak Scouting Services, DSS. Gur's got a hit at 17 for Nashville. So awesome job by Gur. Again, I don't know if they see him as, Dallas.
18 to
Dallas, 18. So my apologies. I was still in. So yeah, we don't have a hit. We almost had a hit on both sides. We had a 17 to Nashville and a 19 to Minnesota, but nobody had 18 to Dallas. So I take that back. Sorry, Gur. But we had some that had him in this range. Some of our mocks had him in this range. So not that big of a reach for Lian Bichsel to the Dallas Stars at 18th overall.
So I think this is a bit of a reach, but it doesn't matter because I'm not making the pick. But just my personal opinion, I think it's a bit of a reach. Okay, I want to ask you, would taking Lindgren been a bigger reach than this guy?
I don't know why Lindgren traded down, Dean. I honestly don't.
Neither.
I think he had a great playoffs with Kamloops. I thought he was awesome in the playoffs. They made the conference final. They lost to Kevin Korchinski and the Seattle Thunderbirds, but Lindgren was great in the playoffs. Lindgren's a little smaller, but I really compare him to a Josh Morrissey or the big comparison, Rasmus Anderson in Calgary, is who I think Mats Lindgren reminds me almost of a spitting image of him. But, Owen Pickering from Swift Current still on the board as another big defenseman. Dallas loves their Western Hockey League guys. So I thought maybe they would go with him if they're going Big D. But Lian Bichsel, like I said, a guy that really rose in the second half. And you look at Dallas's draft last year, Dean, with Wyatt Johnson, who was just traded in the UFHL. And then they had Artem Grishnikov and Logan Stankoven in the second round. Dallas has had some awesome drafting lately. One guy that Dallas took in the first round, going back a ways, is the big rig, Jamie Oleksiak of now the Seattle Kraken. But Jamie Oleksiak plays the game a lot like Lian Bichsel. Not going to overwhelm you offensively, but just a big guy, skate well, shut down defenseman. They lost, obviously, they lost Jamie Oleksiak to Seattle. And now maybe they're replacing him through this draft pick of Lian Bichsel, but that type of player.
Interesting looking at the spread of the countries on the broadcast right now, and this has to be one of the more international drafts. I mean, obviously there's some Canadian and Americans, Finns, Swedes, but you've got a player from, I thought we had a player from Switzerland.
Well, we had, so Lian Bichsel's from Switzerland, and we had Marco Kasper from Austria as well early on. So some definitely.
And two Slovakians, 1-2, which has never happened.
Yeah.
The Czech, Austrian, Canada, one Russian, which we didn't even know if that was going to happen. And now comes the Minnesota Wild, and we talked a little bit about two pick teams or multiple pick teams, Larry, as you know, do they go out and take a chance on a guy? So we thought maybe we would see like Arizona do that a little bit. Do the Minnesota Wild, do they throw down the gauntlet and take Miroshnichenko, who is back from defeating cancer? You know, correct me if I'm wrong. This guy, you know, going back to last year when we were looking ahead, was a top 5 pick. A lot of people had him in their top 5. He's skating now. Obviously, the Russian factor is kind of scary with guys getting taken off the street and going into forced military service. Do you see the Wild doing the Miroshnichenko dance?
Absolutely, Dean. I think if a Russian's going to go, Bill Guerin will be the guy to step up and make that pick. Obviously, they wish Kirill Kaprizov wasn't missing in action in Russia. Nobody's talked to him, and nobody knows how safe he is over in Russia right now. And obviously, it took a long time to get Kirill Kaprizov to the NHL, but he's their face of their franchise. They have some other Russian prospects coming. They've picked a lot of Russians. Whether it's Miroshnichenko or Danila Yurov, I could see a Russian here, and maybe they try to get them both at 19 and 24. But definitely I could see them being one of the teams that step up and take a Russian.
Bill Guerin, the former Oiler GM, and obviously a very successful hockey player, re-signing Marc-Andre Fleury today. Did the Minnesota Wild, and you know, they get Brock Faber in the Fiala deal. Things are looking up. The Minnesota Wild, to me, always have just seemed like a boring hockey team, but with Kaprizov, they look to get much more exciting in this pick as well.
Absolutely, Dean. I think the Minnesota
Holmgren.
Wild are one of those franchises that, they take Liam Öhngren from Sweden, Dean. So another Djurgårdens forward is off the board. I mentioned comparisons to a guy like Brock Besser, kind of a volume shooter, but a talented goal scorer. I think that could be a nice pick for Minnesota Wild. A bit surprised that they maybe didn't go for the home run pick with one of the Russians, but Liam Öhngren is going to be a player in the future. They have a lot of talent coming with guys like Marco Rossi, and now they have Matthew Boldy, who had such a breakout rookie season. If he played the whole year, he might have won the Calder. Although his chemistry was largely with Kevin Fiala, who they've traded to LA out of cap trouble. So Liam Öhngren, he's a pretty mature player. I don't think he's far away from being an NHL player, maybe 2 years. So yeah, definitely a guy that I think is I don't want to call him a safe pick, but I think he's going to be an NHL player, and I think he's going to be a middle six scorer. So a nice pick, and not surprisingly, here at pick 19, all three of the forwards from Djurgårdens, Lekkerimäki, Östlund, and Öhngren are all gone in the last few picks here. So definitely a good day for the Djurgårdens program out of Sweden.
Well, maybe the way the Wild are looking at it is we've got picks 19 and 24. Let's get kind of like what you said. I would agree. And listen, people that think the term the safe pick is an insult, it's not an insult. It's actually a compliment. It means that you are a player that is expected to do really I don't want to say simple things, but the little things right. Like the safe pick gets the puck out, gets the puck in, doesn't make bad changes. There's nothing wrong with being that kind of a player. It's like a game manager for a quarterback in football. What's wrong with that? Not everybody throws the bombs. So maybe they go after and get a guy. And look at he played in the J20 league and put up 33 goals in 30 games. So this guy obviously has some offensive ability, but I don't mind going out and getting this guy now. Oh, and they had to get a sweater for him. And then maybe at 24, if you're pretty confident, one of those guys that you might be taking a bit of a risk on is there, you get that guy then. And if you don't get that guy then, well, then you go with somebody else. But you already got the guy that you know what you're getting when you call his name and throw him over the boards.
When I think safety, and I think projectable, confident that he's going to be an NHL player, confident that he's going to be that middle six winger, not projecting him as a first line player, but thinking that floor is pretty high on Liam Öhngren to be an NHL player, pretty confident that he projects as an NHL middle six forward. And, we took one away from Gur Doltak. I jumped the gun and said they had a hit in the mock draft. Well, the only one out of 10 mocks, the only mock that had Liam Öhngren 19 to Minnesota, I double checked it, Dean, is Gur Doltak. So wow. Congratulations to DSS. They do have a hit at 19. They were obviously close on the last one. They had 17 instead of 18 with Leon Bichel, but now here at 19. So they're right in that wheelhouse over these last couple picks, but they Gur does get 19 as a hit for Liam Öhngren to Dallas. And I know Gur said he was hoping for, around that 13 mark. So I don't know how many hits he's got with the chaos at the top of the draft, but Gur does get a hit with Liam Öhngren 19 to Minnesota.
Good for Gur. Okay, we're at a commercial break. You want to do another predict the pick contest, see if anybody has any bites? Why don't we do the next two? Like you have to predict the next two because you got Washington and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea, Dean, to do Washington and Pittsburgh. Two, Crosby, Ovechkin, longtime rivalry there with that. That's a fun range. So let's do that. Let's go. Again, who do you got at 20 and 21, Washington and Pittsburgh? What do the Capitals and Penguins do here? Throw out some guesses in the chat. And if you get one or both right, you might walk away with a Dauber Hockey fantasy prospects report. And, Dean, Washington, you talk about Ovechkin and Orlov and some of the Russians, Samsonov in goal. Do they, since Brian McClellan's taken over as GM from George McPhee, they haven't drafted many Russians at all. They tend to stick to, Canadian players, whether it's they like their CHLers in the first round. Certainly a guy like Owen Pickering is likely on their radar. But I really wonder, is this a chance for Washington to maybe swing for the fences with Miroshnichenko or Yurov? I mean, or Pittsburgh's coming up right next. They might lose if Jenny Malkin to free agency, although they got Chris Letang at a nice number, which might free up some money to keep Malkin a Penguin for life. But if Malkin walks, Miroshnichenko and Yurov are interesting options. The Russians are getting interesting now with Washington and Pittsburgh, two franchises that have had a lot of success with Russian superstars in the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that Russian factor plays a part in it with guys like Malkin and Ovechkin, and how much they're going to be there. How much longer are they going to be part of those organizations? And like Letang, 6 for 6, that pays him until he's 40. That could be, you're hoping that he retires at some point. And okay, so the pick is in, and they go to Russia.
Yeah, Dean, and not a huge surprise that they would go to Russia.
Nice pick.
Yeah, and so they do take Ivan Miroshnichenko, who, honestly, Dean, I compared him to I actually think he has a higher upside potentially than Vasily Podkolzin, who was a 10th overall pick to Vancouver. Similar player, real bull in the china shop, heavy guy, drives the net, volume shooter, heavy shot, really good, powerful shot, power player. And power forward type guy, and even a little bit of Malkin in him, right? So, Ovechkin's going to teach him a lot about being a power forward, power winger in the NHL. So, whether he plays wing or center, I think he could play either, but maybe a winger. But yeah, you look at Miroshnichenko, he's got to be excited. I don't know if Ovechkin's at the draft. I don't think he is, but when he gets the text or the call or the handshake from Alex Ovechkin, that's going to be big. I think Ivan Miroshnichenko is going to play in North America next season. He's going to try and get out of his contract in Russia, being that he is here at the draft. He was drafted by, I believe, Katie Bathurst in the Q in the recent CHL import draft. His rights are owned by Muskegon Lumberjacks in the USHL, which is where Andrei Svechnikov came over and played. So, and maybe that type of player, Andrei Svechnikov. This is the guy, Dean, we're talking about these guys. We talked about Lekaramaki in this context, that 5 years from now, he could definitely be a top 5 talent from this draft class. And if Washington didn't take him, it would have been really interesting to see if Pittsburgh did, because obviously Mario Lemieux reached out to this player and helped him through the last number of months, because they both had Hodgkin's lymphoma, the same type of cancer. So if Washington didn't take him, I really think Lemieux and Pittsburgh would have been interested, especially somewhat similar to Malkin. But, Malkin, Ovechkin have been so big to that Pittsburgh-Washington rivalry. I'm not the least bit surprised that Washington stepped up and took Ivan Miroshnichenko, Dean. And I want to say that we got some hits here in our mock draft, but I'll take a look at that while you weigh in on this pick.
I just think this is excellent. I mean, this guy was a top 5 talent. Why did he drop? Because he had cancer. Not because he's lazy, not because he, sexually assaulted somebody, not because he got caught, none of that stuff. He had cancer, just like Mario Lemieux, one of the greatest players of all time. And sure, the Russian factor was there. I did not hear hardly anything about this guy's game dropping off, other than the fact that he was sick. And there's a very good reason for that. So, there are two big X factors going against this guy right now that he has no control over. One, a war, and two, a disease. And, he's on the way to beating one. And I just think that this is a pick that in a couple of years is going to be like, oh my goodness, how good is this guy? They got a top 5 talent at what, 18?
At 20, yeah.
20, that's incredible.
Washington's been a team that likes to take the faller. They took Hendrix Lapierre and stopped his fall just a year or two ago as well. But when I look at Ivan Miroshnichenko, and shout out to Michael Pagano, Dean. He was the last entry into the NHL mock draft contest, and he was the only one who got a hit on Miroshnichenko to Washington at 20. So congratulations to Michael Pagano, who is actually works for the Doom franchise in football in UFFS. He's a scout, a big part of the Doom and the Ultimate Fantasy American Football League. But Michael, crossed over into the hockey world here, submitted a mock draft, and boom, he gets a hit at 20th overall, Ivan Miroshnichenko to Washington. But yeah, I mean, as far as high upside or high risk, high reward, I think the reward when you get to 20th overall in a draft class like this with a guy that was a consensus top 5 prospect for this class last year at this time, I think it's a no-brainer for Washington, especially when you can have Alex Ovechkin help groom him and get him comfortable in North America and mentor him. I think perfect pick for the Washington Capitals to finally go back to Russia for a first-round pick and make it Ivan Miroshnichenko. And now Ron Hextall's making his way to the stage. Ron Hextall, Brian Burke, they're sort of first time drafting as the brain trust of the Pittsburgh Penguins in the first round. And I'm sure they would have liked Miroshnichenko, but we'll see where they go.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Burke Hextall combination, really get to start putting their stamp, building through the draft. And obviously, how different would have things been for Brian Burke if the ball would have flipped to Anaheim back in Sidney Crosby's draft, right? It goes to Pittsburgh. Now he's in Pittsburgh. At this point, in the back half of the draft, is Snuggerud gone yet?
Snuggerud's still there. He was our 22nd ranked prospect for the UFFS final rankings, and this is pick 21. So definitely a guy that is in this range.
Yeah, I think that's a good fit for them.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Danila Yurov, obviously, is Chris Letang's going to make the pick fresh off his big contract in his hometown of Montreal. Right. So that's awesome. They're getting him to announce the pick. But Danila Yurov, if you want another Russian, is our highest player on the board, our 11th ranked prospect here at 21. Brad Lambert, another wild card at 15th ranked prospect. And then Big Owen Pickering, our 19th ranked prospect. And Yuri Kulich at 20. Those are the only 4 left from our top 20 final rankings here at 21, and it is Owen Pickering.
He's big dude, eh?
Brian Burke loves his truculence. Ron Hextall was probably the toughest goaltender to ever play in the Western Hockey League with your Brandon Wheat Kings. But definitely Owen Pickering from the Swift Current Broncos, big defenseman. Pittsburgh needs some defense going forward. And, of course, Chris Letang, the current franchise defenseman, announces Owen Pickering as their selection at 21st overall.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a surprise to really anybody that they pick a guy who has massive size, a guy that eats burgers for breakfast. That story came out during the top prospects game. And, listen, this is another, and I don't mean, I think this is a compliment, a bit of a safe kind of pick in that what you are going to get when you call his name out and what he brings to the table. So this is it's an easy pick to get behind because these guys, I don't know, do you think there's a lot of offensive upside?
What I'll say about Pickering, and I mean, we all know Colton Parayko's story and how he burst onto the scene, but one of the most improved players in the Western Hockey League this season. Arnie Entz watches a ton of the Swift Current Broncos. That's his home team. He's on the fence about Pickering. But again, a lot of people see Parayko, a very projectable, I think a high floor, like you said. But he might be a guy that's just scratching the surface. Could he be Shea Weber? Again, I don't know if he has the big booming shot. Parayko has a great shot too. I don't know if Pickering's got that. But just his wingspan, his size, how he's going to grow into that body. If he becomes a shutdown defenseman, great. If he becomes, more of a two-way guy that can contribute offensively, some people think he's got that next gear. And again, he did improve like Korchinski. Korchinski and Pickering were some of the most improved players in the Western Hockey League. I read something, Dean, at his Bantam draft. Owen Pickering was 5'7" a couple years ago.
Oh, wow.
And now
so that is like Parayko.
Yeah, exactly. So very similar story career trend as Parayko, although Parayko is still a bit of a hidden gem in his draft year, but definitely a similar development as Colton Parayko.
Yeah, and like Colton Parayko, we're very excited about him with Duckman's domination, but I don't think we're under any illusions that Colton Parayko is going to lead the league in scoring like Roman Josi did. He's going to get some points. He does have a good shot, but he's a guy that, you know, in our league is kind of going towards it. Those, you know, like Jay Bouwmeester wasn't a huge point producer in games, but every team wanted a guy like Jay Bouwmeester. And the same with Colton Parayko. They're really good. They control the game. So those are valuable guys to have. And those guys can play on your top pairing in a situation. They're not a number one defenseman. I think for me, a number one defenseman has every tool and does everything really well, puts up points, defends, all that stuff. But that's not to say that a guy like Parayko or Pickering couldn't ride shotgun with a number one defenseman or, you know, be a really high number two pairing guy.
Absolutely. And I think that's sort of what you're looking at, is that Parayko type player. And again, that's every team would love to have a Colton Parayko, even in your top four, right? Even if he tops out slightly below Parayko. Now we got Anaheim, St. Louis back-to-back here. You mentioned Snuggerud. I think he's going to go in one of these next two picks, somebody from the program. I could see one of those NTDP defensemen. I don't know if it'll be Hudson, the small guy, but I could certainly see Casey or Chesley here. I think we could see Isaac Howard from the program. I wouldn't be surprised to see back-to-back picks from the U.S. National Development Program here with St. Louis, or with Anaheim, St. Louis. But yeah, definitely an interesting part in the draft. Anaheim coming up for their second pick. They took Pavel Mintyukov, 10th overall. Maybe they come back with a guy like Danila Yurov, another Russian who is our top-ranked prospect, still available at 11th overall for the final consensus rankings from UFFS. Again, you got the Russian factor there. You got the wild card Brad Lambert, and then you got Yuri Kulich, one of the biggest risers, Dean, out of Czechia. I really think he's a guy that could be on Anaheim radar as well. And you know, we're at pick 22, Dean, and there's only 3 prospects left out of the top 20 for UFFS final rankings. So as much as our mock drafts might not be hitting outside of the Trench Network, our rankings the draft is playing out quite similar to the UFFS final rankings overall through 21 picks.
You mentioned Yuri Kulich being a riser. Jagger Firkus was another guy who really came out of that top prospects game with a lot of hype. And I'm looking at the teams with the next 3 picks, and I don't know. I think this might be a Minnesota Wild guy. Like, you know, a scoring. They lost Kevin Fiala, right? They lost some offense. They want some, you know, Jagger Firkus has an incredible shot. I don't know if Anaheim would take him, but I could see Firkus going to St. Louis or Minnesota in the next 2 picks after this, because he's another guy that I think was in our in our
he's
rankings.
Right there. He's between Kulich and Snuggerud. They're
Right.
20, 21, 22. So they're right in this range. And it's funny that you hit on Minnesota, because Minnesota's went to that area of Alberta before. They got Mason Shaw, who I believe is also from Irma, maybe Wainwright, Edgerton, somewhere in that little farming community area. They have Mason Shaw, who's been really good in their AHL. They got him from the Medicine Hat Tigers. And Jagger Firkus, I mentioned his dad's wearing an Irma Tigers golf shirt in the stands. So definitely they're familiar with scouting that part of the province of Alberta and the Western Hockey League. They've had a lot of success. So I like that you mentioned Jagger Firkus potentially to Minnesota. That could, with their second pick, because we all know they and the pick is in for Anaheim here.
Nathan Gauthier.
Nathan
Mason
Gauthier.
McTavish and his hair making the pick.
Yeah, and Nathan Gauthier's got some pretty good hair going on here too.
Yeah.
And actually, Anaheim, this makes total sense, Dean. They've taken Bo Grew. They've taken, I'm trying to think. They got a number of QMJHL forwards they've drafted, mostly in the second round, but they've went there a lot in recent years. So not surprising that they like the big two-way center Nathan Gauthier here at pick 22.
Okay. And Anaheim is obviously on the other end of things right now. So they're, trying to add in as many, the elements as they can. Is this a pick that, when you look at what they've done in the past, in the last little while, and some of the moves that they made, do you like this fit for this organization?
I think it's a fit with their draft history. I was just going to look that up, but yeah, they've definitely drafted this type of player before. It's not a off the board from what Anaheim's done. And again, another guy that I really heard, Dean, was trending up towards the draft. Much like we talked about Liam Bichsel that Dallas took, Nathan Gaucher was a guy that some were saying, look out for him as a surprise pick in the top 10. And Mason McTavish obviously was a big riser last year, but it's going back a few years here. But they took Bo Gru, they took Max Comtois, they took Antoine Morand. So they've liked forwards from the queue mostly in the second round, but certainly you can see he's bigger than Mason McTavish on the stage, noticeably bigger, and McTavish is a solidly built kid. So Nathan Gaucher is going to be a big, strong two-way center. Again, you got some smaller guys like Trevor Zegras, Sam Steele, and now, Pat Verbeek's a smaller guy. Now you got a big, solid two-way forward and centerman in Nathan Gaucher, who plays for Patrick Waugh in the queue, and definitely a guy that has good, again, another projectable guy with a high floor, somewhat of a safe pick, but some people think he's got another level. He played with Zachary Bolduc on that same team, and some people think he could do what Zachary Bolduc did this year, which is take a big step forward in offense in the draft +1.
Well, we're really excited about Bolduc, and told every single team that asked about him that he wasn't available or they had to up their offer. So if Gaucher can do the same thing, we had him 35th in the UFHL scout rankings, as you see in Fanalytica.tech. With this prospect, 31 goals in 66 games in his draft year, and kind of fits in, like you were saying, with what the Anaheim Ducks are trying to do. More than anything, they just want well-rounded forwards, and then if they have a kind of a next level that they can get to, they'll be really happy. But still a little bit surprised, about guys like Snuggerud and Furcus and Kulich, who were the real risers. Mirosh Nachenko gone. Rutger McGroarty. What about Gleb Trigazov, another Russian, a left winger? He's 16th in our UFHL rankings. Haven't heard much about him at all.
So Trikozov is a guy, Dean, that probably compares most favorably to a guy like Kucherov, playing style and offensive upside. He really has that high ceiling, but I think he's very much a boom bust guy. And with the scenario, the Russian factor amplified this year, I think I would be surprised if Trikozov went in the first round, especially with a guy like Yurov still there, who would be if there's such a thing as a safer pick out of Russia right now, Yurov would be that. But talking about Nathan Gaucher to Anaheim, Nick Utley in the mock draft contest had him at 22 to Anaheim. I actually had him at 23 to St. Louis. So a number of us seen him in that sort of range, and it'll be interesting to see what the Blues do with the next pick. But Minnesota, again, like I said, if someone's going to take Trikozov or somebody, Arizona, somebody that has multiple first-round picks, potentially could not reach for, because on talent alone, I think Trikozov could be a top 20 talent looking back, like Kucherov, obviously. But the high risk, high reward is there with him, the boom bust. And I think I would be surprised if Gleb goes on day one with all that's going on in the world surrounding Russia.
Yeah, when you're kind of you have to be able to stand out with like the talent. Like, although I'm a little bit surprised Mintyukov went before Mirosh Nachenko. When I said the only thing that was holding him back was that he was fighting one of the most dangerous diseases that they have out there, and that would have been just an incredible story if the Penguins would have taken him, and the Lemieux situation, but it doesn't, and now he'll be rivals with Mario's organization, and the situations like that. So the St. Louis Blues are up next, then the Minnesota Wild. I'm going to go Snuggerud, Furcus, back-to-back here right now. I'm calling it right now.
And you know what, Dean? I don't think those are bad predictions. I think you could have some hits coming up here, because I like that. I'll go Isaac Howard for the Blues, the other program forward that's out there. And for Minnesota, I'll take Danila Yurov. I think they'll stop his slide. So we can play the predict the pick. If the viewers aren't necessarily weighing in, we can. And other people can too. If you weigh in, you can get a Dauber Hockey fantasy prospects report if you get a hit. But Dean's going Snuggerud Furcus to St. Louis, Minnesota. And I'm going to take Isaac Howard and Danila Yurov, St. Louis, Minnesota. So let's see if either of us get a hit here. This should be a lot of fun. And we got the pick is in for St. Louis by the looks of it. And let's see who they're Jimmy Snuggerud. There you go, Dean. Boom. There's a nice hit for Duckmans and for Dean. So great job sensing that that's a nice fit for the St. Louis Blues. You know what? TJ Oshie, that type of player.
David Perron.
David Perron. He could be a TJ Oshie type player, I think, for the St. Louis Blues. In the time machine, the tracking the draft time machine. Craig Button might have said Jimmy Snuggerud. If you're talking about him in the context of being a Blues draft pick, TJ Oshie comes to mind as kind of a scoring winger with a bit of grit.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny. I look at David Perron, and I think this guy has just made a great career. I mean, I was working in Edmonton when the Oilers traded for him, and still working in Edmonton when the Oilers traded him away, got a first-round pick, and then he's continued a great career. And, you know, this is a St. Louis Blues are, you know, as big and tough and physical as they were to win that Stanley Cup, they're not afraid to throw skilled players that are sometimes a little bit undersized, or some people don't think they can take the physicalness of the Western Conference. They just score. And this is, I really like this pick. I like the creativity of this player. I thought it would have been a good pick, as you said, to put him with his line mate, but this is a terrific pick. And I know I look back at this time of the part of the draft. You know, we're at like 24. Like I remember when the Oilers took Eberle 22, it just seemed like a fit. That's what this pick feels like to me.
Yeah, I think as soon as you said it, I think, again, Oshie came to mind right away that it'd be a good fit. Models his shot after Brock Besser, you know, that type of shooting, scoring forward, which Oshie has been as well, and another guy from that Minnesota area. So I could definitely see that comparison and trending for the Blues. I know you got Jagger Furcus to Minnesota next. You mentioned David Perron. I really think there's a player in this draft, Dean, that reminds me a lot of David Perron, and it's actually Danny Zilkin out of the OHL, who opened the scoring in the prospects game on a great feed from Shane Wright. They were line mates in the CHL Top Prospects game. I see a lot of, not maybe the grit that Perron has, but just he's one of the slickest players in the league. Like, you watch him stick handle on a phone booth, and he's a really high skill guy, and he hasn't lost it at all with age. He was never the fastest guy or physical, but I mean, he does play pretty gritty. David Perron does, more so than Zilkin, but just the quick hands and that side of it, I really see a lot of Perron in Danny Zilkin, a guy that might not go in the first round, but we'll hear early tomorrow morning. But definitely great call by you on Jimmy Snuggerud. Nobody in the mock draft, and on 10 mocks, had Snuggerud to St. Louis. Lots had him to Anaheim. Lots had him to Minnesota. They had this pick cornered on either side, but nobody had St. Louis as the landing spot in the mock draft contest. But yeah, we've had a lot of hits throughout the draft there, and no more than Trench Network going 6 for 6 off the start, which is just mind-blowing considering the chaos at the top of the 2022 NHL Draft.
Elliot Friedman is reporting that Cassian is off to Arizona, and it looks like Mrazek is off to Chicago. No word on what the return is, but I don't know what the Oilers have to give up for the Coyotes to take Cassian.
Yeah, those are both cap dump situations. Toronto's trying to figure out their goaltending. If they want to take a run at Campbell, Kemper, Husso, whoever it is, they had to get Mrazek off the books. And same thing with Edmonton. If they want to take a run at signing Evander Kane, the easiest way to do that is to move out money with Cassian. So I wouldn't expect much return there. That's likely going to be a draft pick, 3rd, 4th round draft pick for Cassian, and maybe you even got to give up
you're gonna have
Cassian and a 3rd round, or Cassian and a 4th round pick for a 3rd round pick, or something like that.
You have
right?
to, you have to.
He probably has negative value. I think Cassian was at one point #1 on Frank Saravelli's list of buyout candidates. So he had negative value, and we'll see what the Oilers manage to move him to free up money to target some of these free agents, whether it is Evander Kane or, they're in on a lot of Claude Giroux's a name that's been attached to Edmonton. Jack Campbell certainly in goal now that looks like Mike Smith's going on LTIRs. So they need that money to sign some players, and they found a taker in Arizona. And you mentioned, Dean, you talked about this, Arizona, Louis Eriksson. I mean, go up and down the list that contracts that went there that they managed to recoup extra picks in order to take on bad contracts, and that trend continues for the Coyotes.
That's what you have to do. I mean, you don't get to trade away a bad contract and make it a hockey deal. And, there's some UFHL GMs that need to learn that. Like, I've been talking to some GMs about taking some bad contracts, and they want some of my best prospects. I'm like, no, you have to add in. That's why it's called sweetener. I'm not taking on a bad contract, and there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to have to shed salary. So if you're going to want to shed salary, you're going to have to be competitive. You're going to have to find the team that can take it, and you're going to have to offer something else. So in the NHL that happens, in the UFHL, I mean, we got Martin Chromiak to take on Jeff Skinner's contract, and we turned Chromiak into part of the Kucherov trade. I mean, that's how it works in the NHL and the UFHL. So there's going to have to be some kind of sweetener going to Arizona in that situation. And let's see what the Wild do here if I can go 2 for 2.
Yeah, let's see if you get Jagger Firkus here, or I had Isaac Howard was my pick to St. Louis, and I had who did I have going here? I had Yurov, and they do take Yurov, so we split.
Nice.
I got Yurov to Minnesota, and you got Snuggerud to St. Louis. So we're 1-1 on predict the pick for this St. Louis Minnesota range. So Minnesota previously took Liam Holmgren, a scoring winger, at 19th overall. Now another scoring winger, and like I said, they're not scared of Russians. They have Kaprasov among others. They come back with Danila Yurov, who could be, Marian Hossa, Valerie Nichushkin, that type of player. A lot of people had him in their top 10 in the final rankings, top 15, kind of consensus top 15 on talent. Here he goes at 24th overall to Minnesota due to the Russian factor and nothing else. His passport is the reason he's taken outside of the top 20.
And you know what? I think it was actually Arnie of Pipeline Prospects who had mentioned that with getting an extra pick in the first round, now it allows the Wild to take a Russian. The Russian he thought they were going to take, though, was Miroshnichenko, and instead it's Danila Yurov, still another highly touted player, but he does exactly what kind of Arnie had thought he was going to do, but just with a different pick, the later one. They go out and they take a little bit of a safer guy, like I said, and then they take a guy with some problems surrounding him for no reason other than the world, political climate. So I like this from Bill Guerin. I think Bill Guerin's having a good draft. They picked up Brock Faber. They weren't going to be able to sign Fiala. We've got another trade. The Godfathers say Saravelli says it's Mrazek, and the 25th to Chicago for the 38th pick. So that's what it sounds like it's going. But bravo to Billy Guerin and the Wild for what I think is a pretty skilled and nice draft so far.
And bravo to Rob Conte and the Godfathers, Dean. 24th overall to Minnesota, Danila Yurov. Wow. They have another hit in their mock draft. And here's a funny thing about the mock draft, Dean. Danila Yurov was predicted to Minnesota 3 times, including the Trench Network and Arnie Entz. But the catch is Arnie Entz and the Trench Network predicted him at 19 to Minnesota. So they thought Minnesota was going to use their first pick on Yurov at 19, where Arnie and the Trench Network. But Rob Conte and the Godfathers were the only one to get the perfect match at 24 to Minnesota. So I don't know if we give any half points out to the Trench Network and Arnie for correctly predicting Minnesota. But man, the Trench Network's dialed in on this draft for landing spots for sure. And the Godfathers have had their share of hits and impressive picks, including Yurov. They might be in contention for another Dauber Hockey Fantasy Prospects report for most players picked in the first round, getting Yurov to Minnesota at 24.
Well, I think that actually, because the Trench Network got that one wrong, it erases all of the work that they did earlier in going 6 for 6. Like, come on, if you can't get the Minnesota Wild picks right, like what kind of agency are you? But this is just incredible that, not only do they go 6 for 6, and then, it's like, I don't know what people think is successful. Is it getting the exact pick right? Is it getting the team that picks the player that you predicted? Is it the player going in the right spot? Well, whatever it is, they're dominating all of it. Like they're just destroying everybody in this mock contest. That it's crazy. Now, I don't know. You got the Leafs and the Habs back to back. You got Chicago. Yeah, Chicago. That's right. It just changed on me. So you got Chicago and then Montreal again.
Yeah.
Both of these teams have been obviously very active and obviously, surprising in some ways with some of the moves and picks that they have made. What do you see the Chicago Blackhawks going for in this situation? They don't have DeBrincat. They have Korchinski and Nazar. Right. What do they do here? Do they go and take a skilled forward? Although I think they already did that with Nazar. What do you think?
You know what, Dean? You trade away Alex DeBrincat as a small shooter, the guy you just wanted for Minnesota. Jagger Firkus is sitting there, and I can't help but think the Hawks, they've already drafted one player from the Western Hockey League and Kevin Korchinski. Now, if you go Korchinski, Nazar, Firkus out of this first round, suddenly, you still really miss DeBrincat, Doc, and Dylan Strome. Mm-hmm. But now you throw Firkus in there potentially at this pick, and you got Korchinski, Nazar, Firkus. But you could also grab one of Nazar's line mates in Isaac Howard, who I've thrown out a few times from the program as well. But you mentioned Firkus, and I like Chicago with the DeBrincat. They're not scared of small players. Panarin, I think this could be a spot, especially your third pick of the first round. Why not go swing for a guy that might score 40 goals someday, like the guy you just gave up in Alex DeBrincat? So Firkus is a guy that definitely is still in this range, in my opinion.
And I like that they went out and traded for this pick. Like when you identify a player is still there, you get on the phone, or else, you've been on the phone saying, hey, if our guy is still there, we'll make that trade. And then you wait for it. And then when, Yurov's name comes up, they jump on the phone and, we want Firkus, or, any number of guys that are obviously still available in this situation. But I like identifying a guy and then going after them. Lane Hudson could be another guy too.
Yeah, and so the pick is in. They've taken high school defenseman Sam Rinzel. Again, if you're going to swing on a really high offensive upside project-type player with your third pick of the first round, a lot of people really like this player. 6'4" defenseman, but like Scott Morrow last year. I think he went to the same high school as Scott Morrow potentially in Minnesota, but another Minnesota high school defenseman, really high upside guy. Again, these high school defensemen, some pan out, some don't, but this is a guy that a lot of people think is just scratching the surface, Sam Rinzel. So instead of going with the little forward, they go with the big D and take Sam Rinzel, the Chicago Blackhawks, to go with Kevin Korchinski. 2 out of their 3 picks in the first round are on the back end. So really building from the back end are the Blackhawks.
Well, I'm just checking right now, Larry, and we might have a first for us here. We put together, and I kind of did this on purpose, we put together 42 different graphics for players, and we went by the rankings in the UFHL. And you know what? We have ran into the first player we do not have a graphic for. And so Sam Rinzel wins the award for the first player. And you know what? That's pretty good that we've gotten this far in such an unpredictable draft. And we finally now got a guy outside of the top 42 in the UFHL rankings.
And Dean, you didn't miss by much. If you whipped up 2 extra graphics, you would have had it. He was 44th in the consensus final rankings for UFFS. Sam Rinzel off the board at 44th. And I'm going to check if anybody had him mocked as a first rounder. I know other people in the hockey community thought some of these teams like Arizona, I mean, Chicago going into the draft only had the 1 pick, not 3. They've been wheeling and dealing to get these picks, but certainly some people thought Minnesota, Arizona, some of these teams with a lot of picks could target and reach for a guy like Sam Rinzel, again, based on a very high ceiling. Let's see here. So he was only mocked once, 27th overall to Arizona by, who had him there? Gurr. Gurr was the only scout out of 10 mock draft contestants that had Sam Rinzel in the first round. They had him at 27. He goes 25 to Chicago. So good on Gurr for having him in his first round in his mock draft. But again, this is a bit of a reach, but a guy that 6'4" defenseman that skates very well with good offensive instincts. I wouldn't necessarily say he's been a point producer, but he's got that just the skill set that looks like he could be a point producer going forward in his career.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You know, some of these reach picks can be great and turn out. You know, people hear high school and they think like, what? But you have to understand, in the United States, it's all about high school hockey, right? It's not about as much about AAA and et cetera. So it is. I don't know a whole lot about the player other than the size, and I don't even know where he's going to college actually, or what the collegiate situation is. But I do know the Montreal Canadiens are up again. And looking to obviously make another splash, right? Like they're looking to make some excitement. You know, honestly, trading a pick right now would probably be more exciting than drafting a player. If you could announce that you've made a trade and you brought in some players, like, do you want to be drafted by your dad?
Well, I was going to say they're just putting the camera on poor Jack Hughes there in the crowd, and Kent's sitting there potentially looking at his own son in this range. I mean, I think Jack will be a top 50 pick, whether he goes in night 1 or night 2. But again, at this point, the Montreal Canadiens, is this a point where you start swinging for the fences? You traded for Kirby Dach today. You took Juraj Slafkovsky first overall. Brad Lambert is sitting there, 15th ranked prospect, our highest guy left on the board. From the UFFS consensus rankings. Got to think he's potentially in this range. And you go back to Slovakia. You know, you drafted Juraj Slafkovsky. There's 2 other Slovak forwards that could go at the end of this first round, that being Filip Mazar and Adam Sikora. Mazar trended down a little bit, and Sikora soared up, including being the first overall pick in the CHL import draft to the Medicine Hat Tigers last week. So Mazar and Sikora in this range. And I really think I heard that Montreal liked Yuri Kulich, and Kulich was a riser leading up to the draft. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think they like Nathan Gaucher as a French Canadian prospect who went just a little bit earlier here in this range. I think Gaucher would have been on their radar. But now if I had to pick, Dean, I would say Yuri Kulich, but I would say also watch for the Filip Mazar, Adam Sikora, another Slovakian in the first round.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do here anymore with the Canadians in this situation. Like they have done some, you know, the Canadian teams actually out east, other than what Toronto is doing, like Montreal and Ottawa, some really impressive stuff. And like there is so much excitement in Montreal right now when you're watching this. Like these fans are just loving it. Like they've seen, you know, Lafleur's son come out. They've seen Martin St. Louis. They saw the first pick, was shocked, you know, not everybody, but certainly a lot of people. And now what happens when they come up here? Like, I also worry about teams trying to make too much of a splash and not just taking the right player. Like maybe the right player is a defensive defenseman or something like that. Sometimes you get carried away of the emotion, and you got to stick to your rankings and say, this isn't going to be the sexiest pick, but it's the right pick.
And they did trade away Alexander Romanov today, as mentioned, to the Islanders. Then they used that pick to flip to get Kirby Dach out of Chicago. But they definitely, Kent Hughes knows the program. He knows Isaac Howard. He knows Lane Hudson. He knows Seamus Casey. He knows Ryan Chesley. It could be a program guy, if not Kulich or Mazar or Sikora, as mentioned, the guys from Slovakia, Czechia. But lots of interesting options here for the Montreal Canadiens. It looks like they've made their selection. Just waiting to see who they took here. Philip Mazar of Slovakia.
Oh, there you
go. So back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but they took, back-to-back Slovaks for the Montreal Canadiens in this first round. Juraj Slafkovský, first overall, and now stepping up and taking Philip Mazar at 26th overall. So 2 first-round picks, and both of them are Slovakian forwards.
Well, this is the year of Slovakia. Like, literally, this is the year of the Slovakian forward or the Slovakian player or just whatever it is. Like, we see some drafts get dominated by different countries sometime. And when you go, the country of Slovakia going 1, 2, and is this their 4th or 3rd? 3rd player in the first round. This is incredible. So, as much as there's a party in Montreal tonight, tomorrow might be a national holiday in Slovakia.
No doubt. And like I said, Adam Sikora is still out there as a potential 4th Slovakian player in this first round. So very historic year, as we mentioned, Dean. Marian Gaborik, 3rd overall, was the highest Slovak in NHL draft history, and they did 2 better. They got the back-to-back 1st and 2nd overall picks with Slafkovský and Nemec, and now you come back with Philip Mazar here at 26. I still had Mazar as my 18th ranked prospect. UFFS had him, I believe, at 28 overall, so he was certainly in this range, trending down a little bit in the consensus rankings. He had been a top 15 prospect at one point in this draft year, but definitely a guy that has a lot of upside. Thomas Tatar, you want to talk about a comparable. Thomas Tatar would be definitely a guy that Philip Mazar could model his game after or get to that level as a fellow Slovak winger. I see a lot of Thomas Tatar in Philip Mazar's game.
All right, Scotty. Geez, that's a lot of numbers. Chaska going to Minnesota 23-24. They just said on the feed I have down here to the Gophers. That means he's going to University of Minnesota. Yeah, he's going to the Gophers, and he's obviously, I think he's a Minnesota kid.
He is.
But like I said, that high school hockey down there. I remember the first time we went down for our high school team. We played in Manitoba. They had cheerleaders on the ice. They had bands, and we're like, what the hell? We get like 5 people watching our game. So it's massive down there, and their high school teams would compete with our AAA teams. I don't think they would win. I don't think the depth in some of the states, Minnesota teams certainly would, and North Dakota. But high school hockey is massive. And then it's not surprising going to the Golden Gophers. Minnesota, Duluth has obviously been a big producer and winning NCAA championships. And Michigan, 3 of the bigger and better. And of course, North Dakota, I would throw in there as far as development of players. Like some of those schools, they're just factories. So you have to be happy when you're a Minnesota kid and you get to go to the, you're probably one of the school you grew up watching all the time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys that grew up in that Minnesota high school hockey scene, like you said, they aspire to be either a Golden Gopher at University of Minnesota or the Duluth Bulldogs, right? Both great programs, NCAA powerhouse programs. So the San Jose Sharks are back up, Dean. And when I say backup, they're up for their first time because they traded down to this spot when Arizona actually moved up to get Connor Geekie at 11th overall. So Mike Greer now is likely, he traded back, Dean. He got this pick and 2 early second round picks, 2 more picks in the top 50. Great asset management by San Jose. But who do they like here? Do they like Jagger Firkus? Do they like, it's going to be interesting to see or Brad Lambert swing for the fences. Who does San Jose like here at 27th overall with their first 3 picks in the top 50?
Well, and it's interesting. There's the Oilers trade, George Batchel saying it sounds like Cassian, the 29th pick, a 2nd and a 3rd for pick 32. And what do we talk about? You need sweetener. When you're trying to get rid of a contract, you need sweetener. So UFHL teams need to pay attention to what sweetener is when you're trying to get rid of a contract. That's massive overpay.
It is, and you're going to see this. I mean, I don't want to say
see it in our league.
For sure in the UFHL, but this time next week, Dean, after the first day of free agent frenzy in the NHL, several UFHL franchises are going to be over the salary cap with their current roster makeup, and there's going to be other franchises with cap space. If they're paying attention to the cap number and say, hey, you guys are over, the only way you're getting under is give us a good, big contract, but a good player plus, and we'll give you something mediocre back to bail you out of cap trouble. And that's something we could see happen. Not that the Ice Vikings didn't get a good return last summer for a guy like Chris Kreider, but they were over the cap and they had to make some tough choices. And I think you're going to see that. Obviously, some franchises have tried to get ahead of it. The Monarchs moved Matthew Tkachuk. Bentley Jacks obviously did trade Nikita Kucherov. West Coast Express has traded a couple players already, but there's going to be more franchises over the cap sooner than later. And they're going to have to put some sweetener in to get back under that cap and be compliant.
Yeah, I talked to somebody this week, and I don't think they knew what the term sweetener meant when it comes to taking on a big contract of, an older player. So that, if that's indeed the case, if that's the return, that is unbelievably an overpay. I mean, you still get a first round pick, and going from 29 to 32 isn't that big of a deal, but a second and a third? I mean, Ian Constable in our chat, he said Toronto only dropped from 25 to 38 from Mrazek's contract. So maybe Dubas should be doing the negotiations for Ken Holland.
Yeah, that seems like I said, an overpayment, but I think that's one of those, it was that or buy him out, which probably would have been the cheaper situation. Just use the buyout and then bite the bullet on the cap recapture penalty. But definitely it's a steep price to pay to shed a contract to, again, free up money for a guy like Evander Kane or Jack Campbell or Claude Giroux, whatever Ken Holland is up to in next week's free agency and leading up to free agency.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mike Grier at the podium now, former Oiler, first black GM in the NHL, and obviously just tragic news about Brian Marchment, who also was a former Oiler, this week passing away in Montreal, a scout with San Jose, and what a weird, just an awful situation, obviously, for the Marchment family. His son is a player with the Florida Panthers, but for Mike Grier, this is his moment being announced as a GM, and unfortunately, he's going to remember the death of his friend. This is just such a weird situation. I don't know any of the details about what's going on, but certainly, I've been to drafts, and their parties, they are absolute bleep show parties. This one, obviously, I think is going to be much tamer because of the unfortunateness of what happened.
Yeah, that's a somber situation. Again, not a lot of details have come out as to what happened. It happened in Montreal. Brian Marchment was there for the draft. Obviously, as mentioned, historic moment for Mike Grier and making the first selection, or he won't make the selection, but the Doug Wilson Jr., director of scouting, will make the selection. But Mike Grier, historic moment being drafting his first round pick as GM. But also, I wonder, Dean, if Marchment and Grier's careers overlapped at all in the mid-90s with the Oilers, if Marchment was gone by the time Grier got there, or if they go that far back. But definitely a sad situation. And here we have Philip Bystad, big Swedish center, two-way guy, but just a real, I don't know, this is one where I don't know the offensive upside, but when I say that, other people are saying, hey, look at Rupe Hintz, that type of player, big centerman, skates well, and maybe blows up after his draft years. So definitely Philip Bystad off the board to the San Jose Sharks at 27th overall. And a guy that was our last profile you made, Dean, 42nd. He was ranked 42nd in the UFFS consensus final rankings. So you made just enough profiles to get us one of Philip Bystad. And again, these rankings, Dean, we're on the 27th pick, and only one pick has been outside of the top 42 in the UFFS consensus final rankings, and that was 44 for Sam Kinzel. So we said this draft could be all the way off the board. Well, our final rankings are holding up pretty well through 27 picks. The lowest guy was 44th in the final rankings for UFFS. And the only top 20 prospect that's still there is 15th ranked Brad Lambert, as well as 20th ranked Yuri Kulich. And I would be shocked if those guys don't go in the next few picks here. Jagger Firkus at 21 as well.
Oh, it's interesting. I'm going to take a short break, Larry, and I'll let you continue on with the final 5 picks. I'll be back in about 1 minute.
Sounds good, Dean. And yeah, definitely into the home stretch now for this first round of the 2020 NHL Draft. Just going to check if anybody had Bystad going in the NHL mock draft contest. I can't remember if anybody had Bystad. He would have been one of those sort of bubble guys across 10 mocks. Nobody had Bystad. So nobody will have a perfect 32 for 32 on total prospects selected. I'm thinking some of these mocks must be, we're 27 picks in, somewhere in that 25 range of total prospects taken. Some impressive mocking from the UFFS community. Again, I don't think now nobody's going to go 32 for 32. I think Bystad's the first prospect. I'm sure he's the first prospect selected at 27th overall in the NHL draft that wasn't on any of the 10 mocks that were submitted. But I'm sure if we went 35 or 40, he would have been in there for a lot of scouts. Again, ranked 42nd in the consensus final rankings for UFFS. As we look at the top players that are available still, you're looking at Brad Lambert, 15th ranked prospect for UFFS consensus final rankings, a guy that was a consensus top 5 pick at this time last year, like Miroshnichenko. Lambert was, contending with Shane Wright for first overall. Matthew Savoy was in that conversation. But of course, Yuri Slafkovsky kicked the door down and went first overall. Now we have the Buffalo Sabres coming up for the 3rd time in the first round. They did take Matthew Savoy as well as Noah Ostland. So where does Buffalo go here? Do they go maybe with a small defenseman, whether that's Lane Hudson or Matthias Havelid? They love their Swedes, but also, Lane Hudson's a little D that when you're on your 3rd pick of the first round, you can swing. But I would be shocked if they don't really, really like Yuri Kulich, a guy that was projected as a riser heading into the draft. He's still there at 28. Seems like a Buffalo type fit for me. So I could see one of those guys, whether it's a defenseman, again, another smallish Swedish defenseman, whether it's Havlet or Elias Salamonson. I could see somebody like that, or Kalle Odelius. So you got 3 Swedish defensemen. It's rare that you're this far into a draft, Dean, 28th overall, and we haven't seen a Swedish defenseman selected yet. But you do have Havlet, Salamonson, and Odelius. So whether it's Havlet, Odelius, or Salamonson, they're ranked by UFFS final rankings. 32 is Havlet, 33 is Odelius, and 39 is Salamonson. I really think they could two out of those 3 could go in these final 4 picks. And again, I'm a big fan of the little guy, Lane Hudson. And I think Buffalo, if they've taken 2 forwards to this point, Dean, with Savoy and Holmgren, I mean, they could come back and go for Lambert or Kulich. But I really think if they go D, why not swing for the fences here with one of these small, talented D, whether it's Hudson, Havelin, or Salamonson.
What about a guy we just saw on the screen, Luca? What is it, Luca
Del Belluz? Yeah, one of the best names in the draft.
And you got a guy on the set who listed him as a scout in Sam Cosentino.
Yeah, what a story that is. Hey, Sal Lou Scouting, Sam Cosentino and Peter Loubardias, 2 guys that are very prominent names in Canadian hockey, Canadian media circles, teaming up to form a scouting agency in UFFS, and late to the party. They only got started just prior to this season, and Luca Del Belluz was still out there on the open market, one of their first players that they registered to their St. Louis scouting agency. So I don't know how closely Sam did rank Dalbel Belluz in his first round. He mocked him in his first round in this range. So it'll be interesting to see if Dalbel Belluz goes in these final 4 or 5 picks of the first round.
Yeah, Sam, I think he had him ranked 31. So that would be just inside, obviously, the first round. Owen Power, big blue liner that they took last year. And they go to the Czech Republic. And Kulich, there you go.
Yeah, there's Kulich, a guy that I was surprised lasted to 28. He was a guy that had a lot of hype coming out. Again, MVP at the U18 Worlds, played good against men in the men's World Championships. And he's a guy, watch this shot when you will see these highlights. He's David Pastrnak. And Pastrnak did he go 25th to Boston in his draft year? Something like that, and in this range anyway. And that's a guy that I really look at Kulich, and I see a lot of David Pastrnak in his game, who also went outside of the top 20. And I think Kulich could be, I'm just watching him shoot the puck here, and he's got one of the best shots in the draft, no doubt about it. Great pick for Buffalo to have Savoy, they got, just bringing up their 3 picks so far, but Savoy, Ostlund, not Holmgren, but Ostlund, Noah Ostlund, and now Philip Kulich. So 3 again, Dean. They went all 3 forwards and 3 guys with high ceilings,
and 3 guys that can all play center too.
All can play center, and that's what they've done in recent drafts. And Pastrnak, Dean, going way back here, he was 25th overall in 2014, and now you see Kulich at 28th overall to Buffalo, and I mean that's setting the bar pretty high, but I really do see shades of Pastrnak when I watch Yuri Kulich play. I think he's going to have a lot of personality, a lot of swagger. Not that many years ago, Philip Zadina went in the top 10, and I think Kulich is, very similar player to what Philip Zadina was during his draft year coming out of Czechia as well.
Well, and it's kind of interesting. They're not far off when you look at size, right? Like, I mean, Pastrnak can't be bigger than 6 feet.
Yeah, no, they're quite comparable in makeup and career path, and yeah, it's an easy comparison to make for sure.
This is such an interesting situation as we get down to the final 4 picks, and find out we've had one guy in our list not be have a graphic. If we get through, if we go 31 out of 32, or even the 42 that we made, that's pretty impressive for the UFHL rankings. Okay, here's the trade. I bet you they're talking about the Oiler trade right now.
Yeah, I believe Edmonton is swapping spots with Arizona. You said they're moving down from 29 to 32.
So they've traded Cassian, pick 29, a 3rd round pick in 24.
Right.
And a 2nd round pick in 25. Oh, that's actually not that bad then.
Still, it's, yeah, I mean, 25 is a long way out, but that's a lot to get rid of Zach Cassian.
Right.
But Edmonton's now going to potentially, unless they move back from 32, they're potentially going to close out the first round tonight. And honestly, Dean, if Edmonton was on the clock here, I really think they would have had their fingers crossed that Kulich would have fell one more spot. Alish Hemsky, I don't think Hemsky shot the puck the way Kulich did. He was a bit more of a playmaker. But Alish Hemsky was a really good Oiler from Czechia as a first-round pick. And there are some shades of Hemsky in Kulich as well. He's got that much flair in his game. Again, more of a shooter like Pastrnak than a passer like Hemsky. But I think Edmonton would have been licking their lips, hoping one more pick. Let's see Kulich at 29. And I also think your guy, Jagger Firkus, not far from Edmonton. I think if he was there, which he is, I think if Edmonton hadn't traded Zach Cassian, they could have stepped up and took Jagger Firkus. Although, again, they already got Kyler Yamamoto as a small right winger. Would they have Yamamoto and Firkus? Or is that just too much of the same? But certainly I think Firkus would have been on their radar had they not traded Cassian and subsequently moved back, allowing Arizona to step up and take the 29th pick here.
Well, they probably still could get Firkus at 32.
Potentially.
Strong possibility. The thing I like about the trade I didn't like it when I first heard. I do like seeing Bob Green at that table for the Oilers. Just a great dude. But the thing I like about the trade is you didn't give anything away from next year's draft. And you have like 3 years to recoup some of those assets if you really want to get those picks back in 24 and 25. You move back a few spots. That's not going to make a difference. You got rid of a contract and you traded picks in future years. That is probably going to could even be a new GM by then. Who knows, right? Like, I mean, it's a lot of things to give up in the number of picks, but where those picks are in those years, for me, I look at it and say, okay, I've gotten rid of a problem now, and and now I have a future problem to worry about to try to maybe get recap 1 or 2 of those picks or something. I don't mind that deal opening up that cap space to go after a free agent or bring Kane back.
And Dean, you make a great point there. Ken Holland's not worried what's happening in 24 and 25. Ken Holland just made it to the Final Four. He wants to be a contender right now. In 2023, he wants to make the final or win the cup. That's all that matters to Daryl Cates and the Oilers. They'll deal with those lack of draft picks when the time comes. Like I said, that might not even be Ken Holland's decision at that time. If the Oilers don't stay in that Final Four or take a step back, Ken Holland's job security comes back into question. So definitely for Ken Holland, it's win now mode for the Edmonton Oilers, and moving Zach Cassian's contract frees up cap space and allows them to potentially, take a run at signing Evander Kane, or again, I keep hearing Claude Giroux and Jack Campbell as potential free agent contracts. Oh, yeah, exactly.
But they need a goalie too, right? So
yeah, Jack Campbell seems to be the name that's out there. I know they like Billy Husso as well, Darcy Kemper.
Yep.
Those are the 3 big UFAs: Campbell, Husso, and Kemper. John Gibson as a trade target, even Connor Hellebuck potentially. Now you got the cap space you got $3 million plus to take a run at one of those guys as Arizona steps up to the podium again.
I have no problem with Darcy Kemper ending up in Edmonton. Surprised what the Avalanche did today, going out and getting another goalie, and now they have 2 goalies next year with Francouz. So I believe Francouz is still there. Okay, so the Coyotes are at the podium. And did they they took Maverick Lamoureux, who we just saw in the Memorial Cup.
The big defenseman, a monster defenseman, skates really well. Reminds me a bit of like a Sam Morin, though, type. He's got such a massive wingspan and covers so much ice, and a great skater for his size, Tyler Myers type player. Yeah. And I say Tyler Myers because he's not overly physical for his size, but that type of player, right? A really good skater for his size and covers a lot of ice. Philip Myers, Sam Morin, Morin was a lot more physical, but those type of players. And I'm sure if you really like Maverick Lamoureux, you're thinking he could become Tyler Myers type guy. He's not very physical, and then we see a highlight of him putting a guy through the glass. But you can't teach 6'7". And what did we say about the Arizona Coyotes? They were going to prioritize size in this draft. They traded up to get Connor Geekie. Logan Cooley, a bit of a smaller player with their first pick, but they take Geekie and now Maverick Lamoureux. So they definitely weren't bluffing when they said they were going to target size in this year's draft.
And they stumped us as well, as he was not one of the 42 graphics that were made up. So that's the second player that we had that is not, we don't have a graphic. So still not bad to only have 2 of those guys. And he's a tall drink of water. And once this guy fills out, he's going to be a hard guy to play against. Not necessarily that he's going to be putting you through the boards, but that wingspan is going to make it almost impossible to get around him.
Yeah, Dean, and ironically, or maybe not, the 2 guys that we didn't have graphics for are both big right shot defensemen. Sam Rinzel was 44th in our final rankings, and Maverick Lamoureux was 60th in our final rankings, both still in the top 2 rounds. In the top 64 consensus rankings for UFFS. So not far off. Is this a bit of a reach? Maybe, but again, you can't teach 6'7" and a good skater. I know Arnie Ensign Pipeline Prospects like the upside of this player. They have him in the the scouting side, but definitely Lamoureux and Rinzel, 6'4" and 6'7", both right shot defensemen that skate well. Not surprising that NHL teams are reaching for big right shot defensemen that skate well in the 20s and 30s of the NHL draft.
I think I said he was in the Memorial Cup. I think I'm thinking of Maverick Bourque, actually. Not Maverick Lamoureux, because Drummondville wasn't there. But boy, does he look happy. Like, there's a guy that probably wasn't expected to hear his name until day 2. Probably went into this draft thinking, yeah, maybe it'll be day 2. And then you hear day 1 and you're like, holy man, this is amazing.
Yeah, the opposite of what Brad Lambert is feeling, and some of these other guys. Although again, when we look at the final rankings, and we said it, Dean, that there's only a handful of guys in the consensus final rankings that we had as first round picks that haven't gone, and only 2 outside of our top 42. So with only 3 picks to go in the first round, your Winnipeg Jets are back up, but the UFFS final rankings have been faring quite well thus far. I'm interested in Lamoureux if he was mocked to anybody. We did say, Dean, that we had our first prospect that Philip Bystad, the Sharks took him. He was the first prospect that none of the 10 mocks had in the first round. So nobody's going a perfect 32 for 32. And I'm just checking Lamoureux to see if anybody had him in the mock, and nobody did. So we've had 2 prospects that were quote unquote off the board, across the board for 10 mocks. So the best somebody can do right now is 30 out of 32. And there are some that are probably pretty close to that range. We've had some really good mocking for total prospects picked. And obviously no one's touching the Trench Network for the most perfect matches. They're flirting with 10 perfect matches already. So great job by them. But overall, the fact that we've only got 2 prospects, Bystad and Lamoureux, that nobody had mocked in their first round out of 10 mock drafts. And then also only 2 in Rinzel and Lamoureux that weren't in the top 42 from the final rankings. So overall, UFFS is having a strong showing with only 3 picks to go in this first round, with the Winnipeg Jets on the clock at 30th overall.
We watched these drafts and we saw, Kemmel being showed all the time and dropping, and you feel bad for these kids, but then there's the moment where a guy goes a little bit unexpected. They just interviewed Maverick Lamoureux's dad, showed a picture of him from the Brick tournament that I remember him playing in and calling games of him with the Montreal Ice team. And, I think back to Tyson Jost when he was drafted and how emotional his grandpa was, and his mom lives in our complex. I get to talk to her every once in a while. And it's those family stories that are really, really enjoyable. It's hard seeing a guy get passed over and seeing, the pain on the face. But when a guy gets drafted, maybe a little unexpected, or, there's a good family story, there's nothing like it in any sport, really. And this is just the beginning for a lot of these guys, but it's quite a cool family moment for so many people.
It is, Dean. And so for your Winnipeg Jets here, would you rather have Brad Lambert or Jagger Firkus if the pick was between one of those two? And obviously they've already taken a forward in Rutger McGroarty. Would you go back to the program and take one of those defensemen, whether it's Casey Chesley or Little Lane Hudson? What would you do here?
I'd go Firkus.
Yeah, I like Firkus. And I mean, you got Perfetti, but no, you can never have enough goal scorers. You got Perfetti and Firkus out there. That'd be
yeah. I think they'll probably pick a defenseman, like you said, but I would like to pick Jagger Firkus. So, they went to the Pelicans in Finland. So Brad Lambert. Wow, good call, man. Good call.
Brad Lambert.
That's not and I don't mean that I wouldn't take Brad Lambert. I liked Firkus better. I wonder about Brad Lambert a little bit and why we saw a drop in he played everywhere. He didn't have a whole lot of action. So this is going to be a really interesting pick to. I can tell you this is going to be a polarizing pick in Winnipeg, because there's a lot of people that aren't going to know enough about him, and the stuff they do know about him are about him dropping.
Yeah, he was a faller. I'll be honest, I had him at 7th overall in my final rankings. I still really like this player. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. My big thing is, where does he play next year? I don't see, he doesn't have a contract in Finland. The Seattle Thunderbirds just traded for his WHL rights, but he could also jump right into the AHL and play in Winnipeg with the Moose, which is a very convenient situation. Monitor his development in your own building at the next level below with the Manitoba Moose in the AHL, potential to call him up to the Jets. Again, you've drafted Patrick Laine, Christian Vesalainen, Ville Heinola. The Jets have drafted a lot of first-round picks out of Finland. When you get a guy like Brad Lambert, who was 15th ranked prospect for the UFFS consensus final rankings, he'd been our highest guy available for a number of picks already. And then obviously I had him in the top 10 still as one of the highest scouts out of the UFFS scout rankings. So definitely a high upside guy. Looked great in a couple games at the World Juniors, small sample size, but as far as upside, a guy that was talked about in the top 5, potentially challenging, at that time, Shane Wright for first overall a year ago. Potential steal here, Dean. I mean, there is obviously a reason he dropped to 30th overall, but I'm really glad Brad Lambert still goes on day one, whether he plays with the Moose or the Seattle Thunderbirds, or they find him another home. Interesting to see where he plays and how he develops, but the raw talent and the upside, the speed and the skill is still very high for him to be an impact player for the Winnipeg Jets in the next few seasons.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick. And I think if you're going to take a guy who had at one point top 10 talent and get him in at 30th, it's worth it. Especially, the Jets, how big is McGroarty? I'm trying to find,
He's
6'1", 2'4". So they're not overly big, but they're guys that are able to play in traffic, I think. So I think that's what I like about it.
Yeah, the speed kills with Brad Lambert. That's his biggest asset. He can fly. One of the best skaters still in this draft class. No matter what you think of his draft year and the lack of production and how he bounced around a bit, you can't deny the speed. And some people knock the hockey IQ or the hockey sense with Brad Lambert. The reason I have him at 7th overall is I don't buy into that. I just do not believe that he has a lack of hockey sense. Look at the hockey family with, Lane Lambert. His uncle is now the head coach of the New York Islanders. His dad's a coach over in Finland. Like, he's been, in hockey school his entire life with his family tree. So I think he's a smart player. I think he had a tough draft year. I really think he's going to bounce back and be a steal for the Winnipeg Jets. We're down to the final 2 picks of the first round, currently owned by the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Edmonton Oilers, Dean. And Tampa Bay drafted Braden Point out of Moose Jaw in the 3rd round a number of years ago. And I can't help but think Tampa Bay Jagger Firkus at this point. And if not, I mean, the Oilers, like you said, with the last pick, I hope, as a feel-good story and a guy that I cheer for and root for, I really hope that Jagger Firkus is a Lightning or an Oiler here in these next 2 picks.
Yeah, I wonder about what you said about the Oilers earlier with already having a guy like Yamamoto in their lineup. I don't think goal scoring should ever be overlooked, no matter how big the guy is. I think the Lightning are going to take a defenseman, and I don't know. I have no idea what the Oilers are planning on doing, but I think there's some intriguing, like Lane Hudson is a guy that I think strikes me as a guy that the Tampa Bay Lightning might go after.
He's my top-ranked defenseman on my personal rankings. I had him at 22. He's left there. I think Matthias Havelid, again, is a guy that is out there, another small offensive guy, sort of like Eric Brandstrom, but maybe a bit more dynamic as a guy that could go. Basically, we're looking at 3 defensemen from when I look at the UFFS consensus final rankings, we're looking at 3 defensemen from Sweden: Havelid 32, Odelius 33, and Salamonson 39. And we're also looking at 3 defensemen from the program: Hudson at 30, Chesley at 31, and Seamus Casey at 34. So 3 Swedes, 3 Americans from the program. Who's it going to be if they go defense amongst those 6? They're all very good candidates.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or there's like a wrench into things. Oh, there's Al Murray making the pick, and Isaac Howard.
Yeah, they go with the forward who was somewhat falling from the program, the last of the big forwards, and Isaac Howard, who again, Rutger McGroarty's wingman, and I don't know, maybe the Jets could have went Howard there too and had Lucius McGroarty, Howard as a line, as guys from the program, but Howard's definitely a guy that put up a lot of points at the U18s. I thought his stock would go up after that tournament because he was a standout there, and it never really did. It was kind of always going to be an iffy first-round pick. Even though I had him in my personal rankings. We had him at 27 on the final rankings for the consensus, and I still had him at 17 in my personal rankings. So he was the highest guy left, the only guy left in my top 20 from my personal rankings. So, I'm happy to see Isaac Howard go there. I think he's a quality prospect for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Maybe a guy like, not really Alex Killorn, because Killorn's quite a bit bigger, but he's a guy that's going to be a middle six forward. Maybe like a Jason Zucker type guy might be a better comparison. That type of player that's not going to, score a ton of goals, but he's going to be a consistent middle six forward, a guy that I think has an NHL career ahead of him. And like I said, maybe a guy like Jason Zucker if you're looking for a comparable.
All right, so it's been a really good day for the program as well, for the U.S. national program.
And they might have another one. I mean, I think we rattled off those 6 defensemen, Dean, whether it's 3 from the program or 3 from Sweden. I think they were all on Edmonton's short list, as well as our guy, Jagger Firkus. Does he get to be the last happy prospect on day 1 of the draft, or is he like Braden Point and Nikita Kucherov and all these other guys that they have to sleep on it, and then they're out to prove everybody wrong going forward. So
is he the highest guy left in our rankings at 21?
He is.
At 21, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Jagger Firkus at 21 is the highest guy left on the board, followed by Gleb Trikozov, the Russian, at 26. Then Owen Beck at 29, center out of the OHL. And then the 3 defensemen, Lane Hudson at 30, Ryan Chesley at 31, teammates from the program, and Matthias Havelid at 32. So we're down to the final pick of the first round. There's only 6 prospects left out of our top 32. And I expect one of them could go here to Edmonton if Edmonton keeps this pick and doesn't trade back for an extra pick. So it'll be interesting to see where Edmonton goes to potentially close out the first round. They didn't win the Stanley Cup, Dean, but the Oilers are picking at 32, which is where the Stanley Cup champion normally picks. So maybe a good omen for next year for the Oilers to be closing out this first round.
Is Havelid gone?
Havelid hasn't gone, and he's 32.
Yeah.
He was our 32nd.
That's my pick for the Oilers right now. Swedish defenseman. They've had success with that in the past. They've had decent success with Swedish players. I think Havelid, a right-handed shot defenseman, maybe he comes over and has some magic with Broberg at some point.
Super high skilled, again, one of the more talented offensive defensemen in this draft class, and he really popped at the U18s. Another guy that pipeline prospects have. I know our man Sam Cosentino mocked Havelid to Edmonton. I'm just bringing up our mock drafts here because I want to say a few have Havelid to Edmonton. Again, Edmonton used to be the 29th pick, so it's a bit of cheating. But Rob Conti of the Godfathers had Havelid to Edmonton at 29. And that was the only one. So yeah, Havelid to Edmonton was on the radar for the Godfathers and Rob Conti. We've had a lot of hits throughout this mock. So maybe you and Rob being on the same page here with Havelid to Edmonton might pan out. And again, I'd like to see Jagger Firkus here, even though Yamamoto's in Edmonton. I think Firkus is a better goal scorer than Yamamoto, but very similar player in a lot of ways. So again, I can certainly see why they would go with a defenseman instead. Although they've taken Broberg and Bouchard, and they got a lot of defensemen coming. So yeah, maybe they go forward here. Maybe they completely surprise us. Another defenseman, a bigger defenseman like Tristan Lunet, a right shot D, could be on the radar potentially. If you're not going with one of those 3 from the program with Hudson, Chesley, and Casey, or one of the 3 Swedes with Havelid, Odelius, and Salamonson. But lots of ways the Oilers could go with this. And again, it says pick is in. So it looks like Edmonton will close out the first round with a selection rather than trying to hope somebody would trade up into the spot for 2 second-round picks or something. But very interested to see what Ken Holland and the Oilers do, and Tyler Wright, the director of amateur scouting, do with this selection to close out the first round.
I'll be back for this pick as you carry on here in 1 second, Larry.
Sounds good, Dean. As Ken Holland makes his way up to the stage. And again, we only got 6 prospects left out of our top 32 for the consensus final rankings, UFFS. So, for how much variability in the rankings there were across the hockey world, to only be sitting with 6 and potentially 5 after this pick as the best player available going into day 2, according to the UFFS scouts, would be a very successful first round. And if Jagger Firkus goes, then there's nobody in the top 25 left for day 2. So interesting to see what Edmonton does with this pick. Of course, you guys will see Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Taylor Hall behind me, 2 former first overall picks from the Oilers. Obviously, Marc-Andre Fleury there. Another 3 first overall picks. I thought I'd bust out those jerseys. Grew up in a family of Oiler fans, now an unbiased media member, but still a vested interest in what the Oilers do here with pick 32. And obviously that's in Dean's backyard. He's in St. Albert. He's a Jets fan, but he's going to have to hear all about this pick in Edmonton. And the Oilers don't take Jagger Firkus because the prospect that stood up doesn't have a mustache. They take Reed Schaefer from the Seattle Thunderbirds, big power forward, a guy that was rising. You know who name dropped this?
Bob Stauffer.
Bob Stauffer said he would be interested in Reed Schaefer as a Zach Kassian type power forward. And I think that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a Zach Kassian type player here. Big power forward, can put the puck in the net. Meat and potatoes player, as Bob Stauffer would say. And
now we're not going to hear the end of it, that Bob had a prediction come true. So congratulations to Bob on getting that pick. But yeah, this is like what you said. It's a kind of a replacement for a guy that they just traded. You're not going to expect, I'm thinking the ceiling is like sometimes second line, but mostly a third line guy.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think you're looking at your third line left winger down the road. I don't think he's got the Zach Hyman level. Certainly not an Evander Kane. So you're looking at that type of big body guy that'll be impactful in the playoffs, but likely in a Kassian role. And remember, people that are going, oh, how can you compare him to Kassian? Well, Kassian was a top 15 pick in the NHL draft. He's a first round guy. And again, I think this guy, the upside is Zach Kassian. So you're not swinging for the fences here. You're drafting a projectable player that most likely is going to top out as a middle 6 forward, but probably a third liner. Currently they have Warren Fogle or Fogley. Warren Fogle is a lot like Reed Schaefer. I know Fogle was a second round pick, but you're looking at that type of player, Kassian Fogle. You're not looking at a potential, first line winger that's going to score 40 goals, but still a solid projectable prospect that Bob Stauffer certainly liked. And we all know Bob's fairly connected in Edmonton. So not surprising. He was all over the Philip Broberg pick. He was pumping Evan Bouchard. So he's got some sources. He's the insider in Edmonton, and he did name drop Reed Schaefer. So Bob will pump his own tires and remind us all that he, another one right for Bob. But did the Trench Network get that one right? That's the bigger question today, Dean.
Yeah, like that. Did they nail that pick? Is certainly what everybody that we've been chatting with want to know about, because they rocked this draft in a way that I've never really seen before. So that's impressive. That's an okay pick for the Edmonton Oilers. I don't hate it, but I think I would have been rather them trade back and get some maybe try to recoup something that they traded away, or get an extra pick next year or something. Not that teams are trading a lot of picks next year. I'm not sure you needed to make that pick if you're the Oilers. You could have traded it and got something else, I think.
Yeah, I agree, Dean. And I'm just looking here. Only 2 mocks had Reed Schaefer. 2 out of 10 had him as a first-round pick. That was Arnie Entz actually had him 24th to Minnesota, and then 31st to Tampa Bay was the Godfathers, Rob Conti. So Rob and Arnie, as far as total prospects picked in the first round, the fact that Schaefer went in the first round, they were the only 2 out of 10 that had him in their top 32. That bodes well for their chances to win a Dauber Hockey fantasy prospects report. And the Godfathers are already cleaning up. They got one of the predict the pick contest. They won one tonight. Now they might even win this mock draft for most total prospects in the first round out of 32. As far as most perfect matches, we all know we can celebrate the Trench Network, Alex LeBlanc and company. The fact they went 6 for 6 on one of the most unpredictable, chaotic,
that's crazy
top of the drafts we've seen in decades, and they go 6 for 6. So congratulations to the Trench Network and all the other successful mocking we've seen today.
Wild stuff. And you know what? As a first round, that's what you want if you're the NHL. You want a lot of intrigue. You want surprises. You know, you want people watching and you know, wondering what's going on. So I think this first round delivered in a lot of ways. For a draft that people were saying maybe there's not a lot of top line players because we haven't seen these guys. This is a draft that you're gonna like. I can't wait for 5 years. 6 years, 7 years to look back on this and see how different it ends up. Like some of these guys, they haven't even developed to where they would have developed had it been a normal 2 years, right? Like that's how far behind some of these guys are. So we're going to see some of these guys at like 22, 23 really become stars in this draft. And then you're going to have to remember it's the pandemic for the reason they were drafted in the back half of the first or not at all in the first.
Yeah, Dean, and the fact we went 4 hours here or so, quite the long live show, but we've got a lot of people that have stuck it out with us. One thing that I'll say, Dean, that was very impressive is the UFFS final rankings. 32 prospects selected in the first round. All 32 were in the consensus top 64. The lowest was Maverick Lamoureux at 60 and Reed Schaefer at 54. But all 32 were amongst the top 64 consensus final rankings from the UFFS scouts. So great job to those 7 scouting agencies that submitted their final rankings. And when we look at tomorrow, Dean, because this is going to be the big conversation now, best player available, who's left over, who's on the big board. For the UFFS scouts consensus final rankings, only 6 players remain among the top 32. Jagger Firkus, number 1. He was our 21st ranked prospect. He's the top name left on the board. 26 was Gleb Trikozov, Russian forward, big Russian factor. How far does he fall? 29, Owen Beck, right shot center out of the OHL. Line mates or teammates with Luca Del Bel Belouz, who's our 40th ranked prospect. But I definitely think Owen Beck's a guy that goes fairly early tomorrow morning. And then Lane Hudson, another wild card. Torrey Krug type defenseman, might be one of the highest offensive defensemen as far as point production goes. Adam Fox, Torrey Krug, that type of player. He was our 30th ranked prospect. His defense partner, or at least for part of the season in the national team development program, Ryan Chesley, right shot defenseman, two-way guy, maybe a little bit more stay-at-home this year, was our 31st ranked prospect. And then another 5'9" defenseman from Sweden, right shot guy, Matthias Havelet, who, like Lane Hudson, has a high offensive ceiling to be an impact player, was our 32nd ranked prospect. But Firkus, Trikozov, Beck, Hudson, Chesley, and Havelet were the 6 prospects that didn't go on day one from the top 32 of our consensus first rounders for the final rankings of UFFS. But overall, that's considering the variability and the chaos factor in this draft and how it started, that's a very successful day one for the UFFS rankings.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible. Godfathers, awesome job, guys. What time are we doing it tomorrow for rounds 2 to 7? I'm just more shocking to me than Shane Wright not going first and him dropping to 4th is that we've been on for 4 hours and 21 minutes and you haven't taken one break. Like, do you got a urinal underneath your desk or something? Like, I don't know how I've been gone like 12 times and you're still like perfect. So I don't know how you do it. You got to have some superpowers, but this has been a lot of fun again. Doing these shows has been fun again, something I'm looking forward to doing more of, and something we're going to have again on Sunday night. A little recap show just before Craig Ballard takes over with a Major League Baseball watch along for UFLB, Red Sox and Yankees. So about 6 p.m. Eastern time, we will come on the air and we'll recap the UFHL entry auction, which could have just as much surprises, probably not, but could have some surprises. I think the first 5 picks is going to be a lot more predictable in the UFHL entry auction, especially with some franchises positioning themselves than certainly we saw in the NHL today.
Yeah, Dean, we've seen some maneuvering leading up to the UFHL entry auction with affiliations between franchises and scouts and prospects. And so in one sense, it seems predictable, but you never know when someone's going to go rogue and outbid you and then take the guy that you own. Because like I said, for me, the strategy, yes, on one hand, if you think Shane Wright's the number 1 prospect, you could bid, win first overall, and Arnie could step up and say Shane Wright instead of Juraj Slafkovsky and hope that the next bidding war for second overall goes for the same price as Wright on Slafkovsky, and it's money in, money out. You're still breaking even, right? So it'll be interesting to see how the affiliations actually work out. If it will be what we think and it turns into almost more of a draft where everybody kind of knows who's going where, or if, especially with some chaos in the NHL, some of these franchises win a bidding war and they go best player available over their affiliated prospect. And they just hope that the next bidding war, somebody goes to the same price range and takes their affiliated prospect, and then they make it back that way. So very interesting and intriguing UFHL draft entry auction to come on Sunday. 1 p.m. Eastern start for the franchises. We'll be on here on UFSN, the Ultimate Fantasy Sports Network Twitch channel at 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern. So definitely come back and join us. And Dean mentioned the bladder side. It's almost more the voice side. The voice gives out on you a little bit. And it kind of goes hand in hand here, Dean, because the voice goes, you wish you had a cold beer or a water bottle or some sort of beverage, but then you got to go to the bathroom. So you go dry throughout the broadcast and now have a nice cold one to celebrate a great first round in the NHL and a lot of fun here on the NHL draft watch party with yourself as host and doing an awesome job back on the controls this week. It's been a ton of fun back in the saddle with yourself.
Excellent. This has been great. Congratulations to everybody who was, all the kids who were drafted, all the families, and the success that the Trench Network had. But to everybody for tuning in and participating in our conversations. I hope to see you all on Sunday. I can host now because we have 0 draft picks, so I'll be watching from afar. But thanks so much to you, Larry, and thanks to everybody for tuning in here on our UFF Sports Twitch channel. If you missed any of this and you want to go back and watch 4.5 hours of us talking about the draft, this will eventually be uploaded to our YouTube channel. Stay safe. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we will talk to you again on Sunday.